Chapter 545. Before the fourth checkpoint, indeed, Qin Wushuang's group was stopped. Although there were only 5 disciples guarding this checkpoint, plus an elder to oversee the situation. In total, there were only 6 people. In terms of absolute strength, for sure, these 6 people were inferior to Qin Wushuang's group. However, this checkpoint was the only way to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. Powerful mechanisms and formations had been set up. As long as an outsider intruded, they could activate the mechanisms and formations. The power of the mechanisms and formations far surpassed the strength of the guards. Thus, although there were only a few people, Qin Wushuang and his group did not dare to barge in. Unless they could annihilate all 6 guards and prevent them from activating the formations and mechanisms. Brother Yang, what kind of wind has blown you to the 9 refined mysterious wind valley? Luo Zhen asked with a smile as he took the command plate from Luo Yang. Since everyone was an elder of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, of course, they were familiar with each other. They also had a clear understanding of each other's background, situation, and position. Luo Yang knew that since Luo Zhen had been sent here to guard the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, it proved that he held an extraordinary position. At least, he was welcomed and valued by the honored Daoist. Or else, he would not have been entrusted with such an important task. In comparison, Luo Yang could only guard the Sea of Bamboo courtyard when the sect was short on manpower and was temporarily transferred. The difference between before and after was huge. Brother Zhen, I have been preparing to make a spiritual inheritance pill. I have almost prepared all the other materials. Now, I only lack the thatch cloud vine. I can only find it in the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. Brother Zhen, could you make an exception and let me through? Luo Zhen muttered to himself for a moment. Normally, each elder would have the opportunity to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley once every 3 years. Of course, this Luo Yang also possessed this qualification. However, currently, the heavenly Sun Mountain was short on manpower. Luo Yang had left his post after being assigned the task. This caused Luo Zhen to feel slightly dissatisfied. Brother Yang, now is a critical time. This 9 refined mysterious wind valley is also a forbidden place for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. And you also have an important task. Why don't you come here after the tomb sweeping festival? At that time, I will open the gates and welcome you in. Luo Yang already knew that this would be the result. With Rozen's status, it was inevitable for him to make things difficult for him. However, Luo Yang naturally wouldn't give up just like that. He said indifferently, Brother Zhen, before and after the Qingming festival, this month won't make much of a difference, right? If I go back empty-handed after coming here today, how will my disciples look at me? Those who were sensible might not say anything, but those who were not sensible would definitely gossip behind their backs. They would only say that the real brother and the little brother did not get along, that there was discord between the elders. Speaking of which, isn't it disadvantageous to our dojo? Haha, Brother Yang, with our statuses, we can just ignore those gossips. Luo Yang furrowed his eyebrows. He was also angry in his heart. Brother Zhen, after all is said and done, I remember that every 3 years, the elders of the dojo have the right to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. Right now, I'm just exercising my qualifications. Brother Zhen, you aren't planning to treat me like an enemy and refuse to let me in, are you? Luo Zhen smiled calmly. Brother Yang, what are you talking about? I only feel that currently, our dojo is empty internally. Most of the elite warriors are carrying out missions outside. Since you have a heavy responsibility, you should not waste your energy inside the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. Brother Zhen, this is my personal matter. Although I have a mission, of course I have arranged it properly. Certainly, it will not affect the general situation. Brother Yang, please don't make things difficult for me. During this extraordinary period, I only hope that the 9 refined mysterious wind valley will be safe and sound. Luo Yang raised his brow. Brother Zhen, could it be that I, Luo Yang, will become a threat to the 9 refined mysterious wind valley? Aren't you scolding me? If you want to think this way, there is nothing I can do. Although each elder has the right to explore once every 3 years, as the guardian of this place, I also have the right to implement martial law during this extraordinary period. Brother Yang, my privileges here should be prioritized. Clearly, Luozhen's words were not courteous. It also saved him the courtesy of addressing each other as brother. It was because Luozhen knew better than anyone that with Luo Yang's position at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he was only showing some basic courtesy on the surface. If he were to turn hostile, he would not fear this Luo Yang. At this moment, Qin Wushuang and the others were Luo Yang's subordinates. Naturally, they could not speak. However, he could use his spiritual perception to remind Luo Yang. This Luozhen is so arrogant, could it be you have no way to deal with him? Qin Wushuang asked coldly through his spiritual perception. Since this Luozhen is able to guard this place, for sure he holds a higher position than me and has a better backer. Or else, how could he be so arrogant? In fact, Luo Yang also felt helpless. When encountering such a guy, he could not think of any good methods. Does this Luozhen not fear you at all? For example, what does he care about? Does he have any soft spot that hurts him? Can't you threaten him? Qin Wushuang's words had reminded Luo Yang of something. Just when he was about to speak, Luozhen said from the gate, "Elder Luo Yang, I am very busy. If you truly want to go in, after the tomb sweeping festival, I will let you in when honored Daoist and the others have returned. Besides, if you only want a single thatch cloud vine, I can even ask the disciples to find one for you. You can come here to get it. Today, I am sorry, none of you can pass." Even if Luo Yang was not controlled, he would certainly become furious when he heard Luozhen's words. After all, this was a form of contempt and a form of challenge to his position. Elder Luozhen, it seems that you have forgotten that we were core disciples at a young age and were promoted to elder at the same time. You don't care about these old friendships. Very good, then let's not talk about these old friendships, they are worthless. Luo Yang said coldly, "That's right, I did not have good luck. I gave birth to 2 sons and both of them died young. Among my nephews, I did not have any exceptional talent. All of this has caused my position in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to drop significantly. All of this makes sense." Luozhen said with a light smile, "Elder Luo Yang, it seems that it is not appropriate to talk about your family matters here, right? I am not telling you anything, I am only stating a fact for you to hear. I believe that you also know that I do not have much hope in this lifetime. I cannot increase my strength and I do not have any children or grandchildren to expand my family. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, I am like that trace of sunset. Elder Luozhen, I can understand that you are looking down on me and are deliberately making things difficult for me. If it were those elders with prominent status, let me ask you with conscience, would you refuse? Would you dare to refuse?" Luozhen's face turned green and white. "Elder Luo Yang, your assumption seems to be meaningless, right?" Luo Yang laughed heartily. "Meaningless? I think it is very meaningful. This is called the fickleness of the world. Very good, since you are not showing me any mercy, then I will speak without holding back." Inwardly, Luozhen was shocked. He looked at Luo Yang and did not know what he was implying. Hearing Luo Yang's somewhat crazy tone, Luozhen was somewhat worried. "I, Luo Yang, do not have much time left. I only have 2 unfulfilled wishes. One of them is to pass down all my skills to one of my nephews. You know, to pass down the skills, one must have the inheritance spiritual pill. I have spent 100 years to collect the materials for this plan. If anyone dares to obstruct my plan and make it impossible to carry out, then that person will be my enemy." Luozhen drew a breath of cold air. From his words, this Luo Yang seemed to have gone mad. However, he was not afraid of Luo Yang's threat as he only said with a cold sneer, "Elder Luo Yang, I did not plan to stop your plan. I already said that if you want the thatch cloud vine, I can find it for you. Or, you can come back after the Qingming festival." "Why after the Qingming festival? I don't want to wait any longer. Today, I am exercising my rights. If you do not allow me to exercise this right, then you are deliberately making things difficult for me and slapping my face. For those broken excuses, you can use them to scare the young disciples. We are all old guys, do you think you can scare me? In the end, You think that I, Luo Yang, am no longer in your eyes. Very well, you know that I, Luo Yang, do not have any other shortcomings except that I am petty. You look down on me and make things difficult for me. Even if I am no longer in my best condition, I will still fight with you. Luo Zhen said with a cold sneer, Luo Yang, do you think you can really fight with me? Do you know that as long as I activate the mechanism, even if your strength is twice as strong, you will still not be able to pass through, let alone get close to me? Luo Zhen, are you really stupid, or are you pretending? Do I have to fight with you here to make you regret it? Do you think that you do not have any weakness that I can use against you? Don't forget, even though I am not in power now, I am still in charge of the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard. You, Luo Zhen's eldest grandson, is currently cultivating at the Wolf Ivory Peak. Do you think that if I make things difficult for him, or even do some small actions, it will be enough to make you regret it for life? When these words were said, Luo Zhen was really scared. He could not give Luo Yang a good look, he could ignore Luo Yang's protest. But he could not ignore Luo Yang's words. Luo Yang, are you threatening me? Luo Zhen's eyes flashed with killing intent, rising. Yes, I am threatening you. Luo Yang did not deny it at all, and said loudly, you make things difficult for me, obstruct my plan, and make my wish unable to be fulfilled. Then you are my sworn enemy. Even if I have to destroy jade and common stone, I will still fight with you. Destroy jade and common stone. These 4 words were truly frightening to the extreme. Luo Zhen listened until his pores opened up. Hearing Luo Yang's almost crazy tone, he was absolutely not joking. It seems that Luo Yang has already gone mad. Luo Zhen was not afraid of the normal Luo Yang, but towards the abnormal Luo Yang, he was more or less somewhat afraid. Once a person went crazy, they could do any crazy thing. If Luo Yang really made a move on his eldest grandson, then the bloodline that Luo Zhen was most proud of would also be cut off. That was the greatest capital that maintained his bloodline. If he lost it, his fate would not be any better than Luo Yang's. This was a situation where one's glory was shared, and one's loss was shared. Thinking of this, Luo Zhen hesitated. I don't want to talk nonsense. Either you let me go, or I will leave. Luo Yang once again threw out a threat. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 546. Rosen was not a clay sculpture. Listening to Luo Yang's threat, his heart was burning with anger. Luo Yang had shed all pretense of cordiality. If it was a normal day, Rosen would not be afraid of him. However, he was temporarily in charge of the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard, so it would be too easy for him to make a move on his grandson. You either let me in or leave. Luo Zhen hesitated. He knew that if Luo Yang left with hatred, he might really do something to his grandson. Thinking of this, Luo Zhen's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He thought, Luo Yang, since you want to play ruthless with me, I'll play even more ruthless with you. Don't blame me for being ruthless, you're the one who's looking for death. Luo Yang coldly stared at the changes in Luo Zhen's expression. Qin Wushuang reminded him, this Luo Zhen's eyes are flickering, I'm afraid he has some wicked ideas in his mind. Be careful of him. Luo Zhen suddenly laughed, Elder Luo Yang, do we really have to fight to this extent between us? The choice is in your hands, Luo Yang said indifferently. Elder Luo Yang, do you know that you're making things very difficult for me? Things didn't have to go this far, and I have no intention to be your enemy. Rosen said hypocritically. Elder Luo Zhen, since we've already shed all pretenses of cordiality, there's no need for such hypocrisy. We're not young anymore. We're all old men. We know each other very well. Your tricks won't work. I just want a straightforward answer from you. Are you going to let them in or not? Rosen said, since you've already said it, if I don't let you go, I'll be making things difficult for myself. Elder Luo Yang, don't blame me for not reminding you beforehand. If anything goes wrong outside, you'll have to bear the responsibility. What's wrong? Luo Yang sneered. What does it have to do with me? I only care about myself now. I don't care about anything else. I have worked my entire life for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Yet in my old age, I was treated coldly everywhere. I've already gotten over it. Well, if that's the case, then hurry up and come back early, don't make things difficult for me. Rosin sighed. Luo Yang was overjoyed to hear him say that. However, Qin Wushuang reminded him, this Rosin suddenly became so easy to talk to, there must be a trap. Don't let him suddenly activate the mechanisms and formations while we're passing through. These words reminded Luo Yang of something. Luo Zhen looked at Luo Yang and said in a loud voice, Elder Luo Yang, the pass is open. If you want to go through, quickly go through. Creaking sounds could be heard as the gate slowly opened, revealing a long passageway that led straight to the entrance. Luo Yang stood in front of the passageway and sneered, Elder Luo Zhen, I'm thinking, if we entered the passageway and you directly activated the mechanism and array, I'm afraid we would die without a burial place, right? I'm afraid that after I die, I won't be able to rest in peace. I'll have to carry a black pot on my back, I'll have to force my way into the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. Luo Zhen's expression changed slightly. He secretly cursed this old man for being cunning. He smiled and said, Elder Luo Yang, you're overthinking things. After all, you are an elder and a pillar of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I, Luo Zhen, cannot do such a thing as severing one's own limb. Can't do it. Luo Yang sneered, you say you can't do it, but in your heart, I'm afraid you're already hoping for me to go in earlier. I have always been a cautious person. I never do things with risks. To tell you the truth, before I left, I already expected that you would deliberately make things difficult for me. That's why I left some pawns at the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. If I don't make it back alive today, the people I've arranged will enter the Wolf Ivory Peak with full force and kill your precious grandson. Luo Yang's eerie words made Luo Zhen's blood run cold. Luo Zhen realized that this Luo Yang was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Luo Yang was like an easily angered hungry wolf. At any moment, he would show his claws and fangs. Luo Zhen could not help but feel apprehensive when facing such a crazy enemy. Without a choice, Luo Zhen could only ask, Elder Luo Yang, since you don't trust me, then tell me your thoughts. Do as you say. Luo Yang gave a glance to Qin Wushuang and the others. I will let 3 of my subordinates go first, then 2 more will go. I will go last. If you activate the mechanism, any one of us can send the message to the Sea of Bamboo courtyard through the communication jade plate. Luo Zhen was completely speechless. This Luo Yang was indeed extremely cautious. Elder Luo Yang, in the end, what are you scheming to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley? Now, I feel more and more that you are not simply gathering medicinal herbs. Luo Yang said with a cold sneer, then what else do you think I can do? Even if I have the ambition to destroy the subduing devil stone tablet, I do not have the ability. For other things, what else do you think I could be scheming? Luo Zhen said in a low voice, there must be something you want. This thing is not as simple as gathering medicinal herbs. If you like to imagine, then think more. Ha ha, you 3 go in first. Luo Yang waved his hand at Qin Wushuang and the others. Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao, and Lone walked towards that passage without hesitation. From Luo Zhen's point of view, they were only 3 subordinates when they entered the passage. Even if he wanted to activate the mechanism, he would not make a move on the 3 subordinates and let the main character Luo Yang go. Thus, it was the safest for them to enter the same passage. Indeed, Qin Wushuang and the others walked through the long passage. Although the passage fluctuated with powerful earth elemental power and prevented them from increasing their speed, there was a great resistance as if they were moving in the water. After they passed through safely, the second group of 2 people were Luo Yang's trusted subordinates. They also passed through safely. When they arrived at Luo Yang's side, suddenly, Luo Yang chuckled and said to Luo Zhen, it's enough for my subordinates to go in. I am still worried about you and decided not to go in. Luo Zhen was dumbstruck. For a time, he did not know what Luo Yang wanted to do. However, he felt more reassured when Luo Yang did not go in. Humph, Elder Luo Yang, I hope your subordinates will not play any tricks after they went in. Otherwise, you know what the Dao Masters are capable of if something really happens. Currently, Luo Yang's mind was completely controlled by Qin Wushuang. He did not put the Dao warriors, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, in his eyes. Naturally, his thoughts leaned towards Qin Wushuang's side. However, he did not bicker, as he only said with a cold sneer, "Elder Luo Zhen, you should think more about yourself. If you don't play any tricks, everything will come to an end. If you are playing any tricks, you should think more about your precious grandson." His precious grandson was Luo Zhen's weak spot. Luo Yang had grasped it accurately. Although Luo Zhen was burning with anger, he could not do anything. Currently, all the core disciples had been pulled to the Wolf Ivory Peak to train in isolation for half a year. They were not allowed to use the communication jade plate. It was to prevent them from being disturbed by the worldly affairs from the outside world and affecting their training. This also limited Luo Zhen, as he could not use the communication jade plate to contact his precious grandson. Since he had a heavy responsibility at the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley, it was impossible for him to enter the Wolf Ivory Peak to look for him. Thus, the smartest choice was to not offend Luo Yang. He must not enrage this guy that he had labeled as crazy. When Qin Wushuang and his group passed the checkpoint smoothly, they were all extremely excited. After passing through the entrance of the valley, they entered the legendary 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. Wow, boss, indeed this place is different. When they walked into the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley, Bao Bao sensed a wave of completely different atmosphere. This atmosphere was indescribable and extremely mysterious. However, it was extremely different. Qin Wushuang turned to speak to Luo Yang's 2 subordinates. "You two, guard here. Regardless of who wants to come in, you must stop them. At the same time, inform me through spiritual perception." "Yes, master." Naturally, these 2 subordinates were also controlled by the divine venomous insect. Like Luo Yang, they had become Qin Wushuang's puppets. Without a doubt, leaving 2 puppets to guard the entrance of the valley would be another layer of insurance. Qin Wushuang took Bao Bao and Lone and continued to go deeper. Even after entering the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley, Qin Wushuang did not dare to let down his guard. It was because he had heard from Luo Yang that this 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley not only had 4 open checkpoints, it also had secret guards. Thus, now was not the time to get carried away. Opening the map, Qin Wushuang started to study the route of this 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. This 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley was a forbidden area of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Outsiders were not allowed to step in. Thus, although Lu Xianlu had drawn a map, the route was not clear. The map of the Shen Yuan Mound that Qin Wushuang had acquired from the 3rd circle of the 7 deadly arrays formation was only a general map. For a place as small as a sect, it would not be detailed to such extent. Thus, Qin Wushuang only had Lu Xianlu's rough map. Qin Wushuang expected that Lu Xianlu must have acquired this map through various methods. Certainly, he had not entered this 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. Or else, the map would be much more detailed. However, with a general direction, Qin Wushuang had some idea. As they walked towards the direction indicated, they did not forget their current identity as herb gatherers. Even when conversing, they used their spiritual perception to communicate. Before reaching the final destination, they would never expose their identities and motives. "Boss, this valley is truly huge. In the Shen Yuan Mound, many mountain ranges and valleys were extremely vast. Since this 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley was rumored to be the ruins of a divine battle, naturally, it was extremely impressive. It was about 10,000 miles wide. Initially, the 3 of them tried to fly. However, this 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley clearly suppressed flying skills. They could not fly freely. This made it more difficult for them to find their destination. It was because if they were to walk, their field of vision would not be as vast as flying in the air. Of course, Qin Wushuang was not discouraged. Entering this 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley meant they were one step closer to success. The more difficult the environment and the more difficult the process, the more it proved the extraordinary significance of this matter. After walking for a few hours, the terrain became even more serene and steep. They would often encounter those dense black forests that would cover the sky. Boss, if there is truly a subduing devil stone tablet, it would be easy to see it as long as it appears in our field of vision. Unfortunately, the terrain of this 9 refined mysterious wind valley is too strange. There is no flat ground and our field of vision is easily obstructed. Bao Bao complained. While they were walking, suddenly, waves of tsunami-like sound emerged from the dense pine forest ahead of them. The pine trees rustled as if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses were charging from behind the pine forest. What is that? Bao Bao asked with surprise. Everyone be careful, Qin Wushuang called out. Before he had finished speaking, suddenly, as if tens of thousands of demons had crawled out from the dense pine forest, waves of black lights kept rolling over. That temperament was like a river that had broken the dike as it surged forward. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 547. Instantly, the entire sky was filled with a wave of murderous intent. These black lights were like murderous battle blades that were extremely sharp. It's the astral wind. Qin Wushuang called out, everyone, be careful. He activated the azure blue armor and unleashed a layer of protection from his entire body. However, Lone laughed, good timing. Let's see how powerful this astral wind is. Whoosh. Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, the saber-like astral winds were already shooting over, one after another. Before it had reached their bodies, that burning murderous intent had already made their hair curl up. Lie down. Qin Wushuang immediately shouted when he saw Lone and Bao Bao trying to be brave. While he was shouting, Qin Wushuang jumped up like a fish and pushed these two buffoons to the ground. The whistling sound of the wind beside their ears was like the devil's spell. It kept howling and wreaking havoc. When this wind blew past, it was like an unbridled destruction. The vegetation was dazzling, stone fragments swirled in the air and everywhere was a mess. After an unknown amount of time, this astral wind gradually calmed down. The whistling sound beside their ears also gradually calmed down. Bao Bao and Lone still had lingering fears. If it were just 1 or 2 waves of astral wind, they could have withstood it. However, when the astral wind rose, it was like the depths of a vast ocean. The waves were endless, wave after wave, giving them no time to react at all. Too dangerous. Bao Bao stuck out his tongue and looked at the doomsday-like scene around him. With lingering fears, he felt lucky. Ha, boss, are you all right? Lone scratched his head and looked at Qin Wushuang with some fear like a kid who had made a mistake. Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, you two are too arrogant. Don't forget, this is the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, not an ordinary place. No wonder this valley has the word wind in its name. That wind from a moment ago was devilish. It's too terrifying. If we were to get rolled by that wind, wouldn't it be the same as getting attacked by thousands and thousands of weapons? Bao Bao was also embarrassed and did not dare to look at Qin Wushuang's eyes. It's good that you're fine. Don't be so careless next time. Qin Wushuang could not blame them. After all, these two were from the Beast clan. Naturally, they had a fearless personality in their bones. This was a madness unique to the beasts. This unexpected storm was daunting but not dangerous. It was a reminder to Qin Wushuang and the others. In this place, one absolutely could not be careless. Once one had such thoughts, one might have one foot in the gates of hell. As a result, Qin Wushuang and the others became even more cautious. Bao Bao and Lone also threw away their previous mischievous attitude and treated it seriously. Boss, why do you think this valley is called the 9 refined mysterious wind valley? The 2 words profound wind, we have finally experienced it. As for the 2 words 9 refinements, how do you explain it? Bao Bao could not resist his talkative personality. The 9 refinements should be related to the trial, right? Didn't you hear what Luo Yang said? For this 9 refined mysterious wind valley, ordinary disciples are not qualified to enter. Only the core disciples have the opportunity. Perhaps, the 9 refinements represent 9 trial opportunities. Lone explained as he thought himself to be smart. Impossible, how could you explain it this way? Bao Bao snorted disdainfully at Lone's explanation. Most likely, Lone knew that this explanation was somewhat far-fetched. He laughed and looked at Qin Wushuang. Clearly, he wanted to hear Qin Wushuang's brilliant opinion. Qin Wushuang said, "This name leaves too much room for imagination. Let's not care about what this name means. Most importantly, what is hidden inside this 9 refined mysterious wind valley? There must be a reason why Senior Lu Xianlu secretly guided us here. Didn't Luo Yang say it? There are 2 divine Dao spiritual beasts sealed here. Senior Lu Xianlu must want us to destroy that subduing devil stone tablet and release the 2 divine Dao spiritual beasts, right?" Bao Bao asked with uncertainty. Qin Wushuang shook his head. "Currently, we are not sure. Luo Yang also said that it's only a rumor. Regarding the exact truth, only Luo Tongtian knows the truth in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Bao Bao said with determination, "Regardless of whether there are divine Dao spiritual beasts sealed here, that subduing devil stone tablet is the key." Qin Wushuang nodded. "Yes, regardless, let's find that subduing devil stone tablet first." While they were speaking, they had already passed through that dense and dark pine forest. Ahead of them, another high slope had appeared. This high slope was shrouded by clouds and fog that obscured their vision. Fortunately, Bao Bao's pupil attachment technique had been trained to the fiery eyes connected to the spirit stage. His vision could penetrate the dense fog and see further places. Although he could not see as far as the eye could see as usual, the places he could see were much wider than Qin Wushuang. "Bao Bao, do you see anything suspicious? Along the way up this high slope, there are strange craggy rocks. Besides that, there is nothing special," Bao Bao said. "Let's go up and take a look." Qin Wushuang did not delay and walked up. To them, time was of the essence. It could be said that they were racing against time. Any slight delay would most likely cause their plan to fail. As they were getting closer to their target, of course, Qin Wushuang would not let the duck in his mouth fly away. Whenever he thought of the grievous news of the Stargaze Palace, the surge of anger inside Qin Wushuang's chest surged like a tidal wave. After passing this slope and climbing to the top of the mountain, Bao Bao looked into the distance and was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. "Boss, look, what is that?" In the distance, between the lingering fog, a towering stone tablet pierced through the clouds and gave people a majestic feeling. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. "Subduing devil stone tablet?" "Yes, for sure." Bao Bao and Lone both cheered and jumped for joy. They dashed downwards happily. That subduing devil stone tablet was on the high ground of the opposite slope. This was the principle of the so-called looking at the mountain, it is close to death. Although it appeared to be on the opposite side, it was rather troublesome to go down and up the slope. It was because the defenses of this 9 refined mysterious wind valley were extremely powerful. They could not fly in the air and had to take these detours. After passing through a few obstacles and climbing a few slopes, they finally arrived at the slope where the stone tablet was located. Immersed in it, they could feel the towering temperament of this stone tablet. "Let's go." Qin Wushuang was also overjoyed. With their target close at hand, he was also overjoyed. Bao Bao and Lone jumped for joy and dashed forward quickly. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang sensed a wave of cold murderous intentions as he immediately shouted, "Hold on!" His figure dashed forward and stopped Bao Bao, Lone, and the others. Almost at the same time, tens and thousands of golden lights shot out from the surroundings of that stone tablet. It was as if a giant sword formation had been activated all of a sudden. Tens and thousands of sword lights shot out like golden needles. It was extremely dangerous. Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao rolled down the slope and finally avoided the attack of this golden light. From afar, they could see a layer of faint golden light still attached to the surface of this subduing devil stone tablet. It emitted a dazzling brilliance. If they had been 3 meters closer, most likely, Bao Bao and Lone would have turned into hedgehogs by this golden light. "Boss, you saved us again." Bao Bao and Lone also felt extremely lucky to have escaped from death. Qin Wushuang shook his head and did not speak a word. He only observed that towering stone tablet carefully. The stone tablet was smooth, and there were no words or hints left on it. Just by looking at it from the outside, he could not see any clues. Qin Wushuang circled around this stone tablet a few times. In the end, he could not see anything. This stone tablet seemed to have been erected there since ancient times. Although it was silent, it was filled with a dignified feeling. Boss, could it be, some divine Tao spiritual beast is truly being suppressed here? Bao Bao looked at this stone tablet with a face full of curiosity. Inwardly, he was also shocked. However, Lone said, Boss, regardless of whether it is a sealed stone tablet or not, since it is at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, for sure it has a beneficial relationship with them. Regardless of the consequences, let's destroy it first. Yes, since Mr. Lu Xianlu guided us here, he must have come for this subduing devil stone tablet. Boss, why don't we start? Bao Bao also encouraged him. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was somewhat hesitant. He was certain that this place was closely related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Regardless of whether it was the subduing devil stone tablet, for sure this place was an important place to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. From the difficulty of entering this place, most likely, this stone tablet was closely related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect as Lu Xianlu had said. Luo Yang once said that to destroy this stone tablet, I must master the power of the divine Tao. Apparently, Qin Wushuang still had many concerns. Boss, since you have the graceful spiritual bow, it should be a divine Tao weapon, right? Lone asked. Yes, there are also 5 divine Tao 5 elemental talismans. For sure, Senior Lu Xianlu had left them for you. Boss, don't hesitate. Think about it, perhaps people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect are still massacring people in the human countries. Murderous intentions flashed across Qin Wushuang's eyes as he thought, Mr. Lu Xianlu's guidance was cut off when we reached this subduing devil stone tablet. It seems that this subduing devil stone tablet is the destination Lu Xianlu had guided us to. Regardless of the result and whether or not this stone tablet is closely related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, I have no other choice. I have no other choice. In fact, the concern deep inside Qin Wushuang's heart was not because of anything else, but because he suddenly remembered his experience at the Green Jade Mountain. That Green Jade Mountain was the border between the Great Luo Empire and the Heavenly Lake Empire. It was also the location of the first circle of the 7 deadly formation arrays. Initially, after Qin Wushuang had entered that mountain cave, he had fallen into that transportation spiritual formation. He had activated the main mechanism and raised the entire Green Jade Mountain to the ground. That experience had left a deep impression on him. Currently, Qin Wushuang was worried that the scene from that time would repeat itself. If that scene were to happen, it would be a devastating blow to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, it would be unavoidable for them to be buried here. Such hesitation did not last long. After a moment, Qin Wushuang had made up his mind. Since he was already here and had chosen to wage war with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, regardless of the outcome, he must try with such opportunity. This was his only choice to fight against the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 548. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang shouted in a low voice, Bao Bao, Lone, step back and wait for me at the bottom of the hill. Don't get close to this subduing devil stone tablet, to avoid getting hurt when it collapses. Bao Bao and Lone refused at the same time. Boss, the 3 of us share life and death together. It's not that easy for you to leave us behind, ha ha. Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, this is my first time using the power of the Supreme Tao, I cannot control it well. You guys don't need to stay here. Besides, I have the protection of the Azure armor. It's not fair that you guys don't have the basic protection. Go down, this is an order. Bao Bao and Lone were still hesitant. Indeed, they could not leave Qin Wushuang behind. Once the beasts had made up their minds, they were more loyal than humans and valued friendship more than humans. Go. Don't delay, it's pointless to waste time. If you guys stay here, I will not be able to perform at my best. If you guys go down, I will not be distracted and can unleash all my power perfectly. These were not empty words. Since he did not need to worry about Bao Bao and Lone, naturally Qin Wushuang would be more relaxed. Bao Bao and Lone exchanged a helpless glance. They knew that Qin Wushuang had made up his mind and they could not persuade him. Instantly, they nodded. "Boss, then you must be careful." Qin Wushuang nodded and already took out the graceful spiritual bow and the 5 supreme Dao spiritual talismans. According to the introduction, these 5 spiritual talismans could be added onto the weapon directly. The graceful spiritual bow was a supreme Dao weapon. With the addition of these spiritual talismans, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. When he saw that Bao Bao and Lone had retreated far enough, Qin Wushuang spread out the 5 supreme Dao spiritual talismans. In fact, the principle of the supreme Dao 5 elemental talisman was simple. It was constructed according to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Naturally, Qin Wushuang did not plan to add all 5 spiritual talismans at once. To truly unleash its power, 1 spiritual talisman would be enough. Metal meant an indestructible temperament. Its attack power should be the most tyrannical. Therefore, Qin Wushuang decided to use this metal spiritual talisman. Chanting an incantation and forming a hand seal, he added this talisman onto the graceful spiritual bow. With this support, the graceful spiritual bow was like a half-asleep and half-awake lion that had suddenly regained its vigor. It exuded a soul-stirring aura. It was as if this graceful spiritual bow had been injected with chicken blood. Suddenly, it was full of energy and emitted a divine aura that made Qin Wushuang's breathing speed up. As expected of an item of the divine Dao. This should be the fusion of the power of the divine Dao and the exchange, right? Qin Wushuang felt the graceful spiritual bow's unceasing expansion and change. Without a doubt, the divine Dao gold spiritual talisman had already started to display its effect on the graceful spiritual bow. The power of the graceful spiritual bow was expanding at a terrifying speed. Just as Lu Xianlu had mentioned, this divine Dao talisman was able to increase the offensive power of any weapon by several folds. It seemed that he wasn't bragging. Qin Wushuang's consciousness was also integrated into the concept of the graceful spiritual bow. To control the graceful spiritual bow and maximize the power of the graceful spiritual bow, the only way was to integrate the consciousness and achieve the state where the person and the weapon became one. This was also Qin Wushuang's experience in controlling the graceful spiritual bow in these years. As the power of the graceful spiritual bow continued to expand, Qin Wushuang's consciousness also continued to expand. At this moment, in his line of sight, the subduing Devil Stone Tablet was no longer as mighty and awe-inspiring as before. On the contrary, in his eyes, this subduing Devil Stone Tablet was an obstacle, a bumpy road that he had to overcome. A strange thought kept emerging in his mind: destroy this stone tablet, destroy this stone tablet. This thought kept rolling around in his consciousness, driving his nerves and giving him continuous psychological hints. All of this caused Qin Wushuang's qi and blood to rush to a peak. Qin Wushuang roared and narked the dark green arrow on the bowstring. At the same time, he urged his consciousness to integrate the power of the divine Dao talisman into the dark green arrow. The person, the bow, and the arrow became one and formed a perfect communication and integration. It also gradually pushed Qin Wushuang's energy and spirit to a peak. The arrow on the bowstring had to be released. At this moment, Qin Wushuang felt as if he had continuously climbed to a peak and finally reached the peak. He urgently needed to vent. Shooting these 3 jade-green arrows was undoubtedly the best way for him to vent his frustrations. Divine light flashed in Qin Wushuang's eyes. The bloody light on his entire body was as clear as an earthworm. He shouted, "Open!" Like an ancient demonic dragon that was wreaking havoc, the 3 dark green arrows carried an earth-shattering aura and shot forward like lightning. The 3 arrows with imposing aura dyed the entire void green. The entire world seemed to have suddenly become a green world. However, this green was not the green of hope, nor was it the green of vitality. Instead, it was an indestructible green that carried an intense murderous intent and judgment as it bombarded the stone tablet. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions sounded in succession. Qin Wushuang's eardrums almost could not withstand such violent vibrations. In the next moment, 3 spider web-like cracks appeared on the stone tablet that was soaring into the sky. The 3 dark green arrows and 3 cracks started to appear on the stone tablet. These cracks started from thin threads and slowly expanded. It was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Crack, crack. The stone tablet started to shake and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. This demon-subduing stone tablet was really blasted apart by the power of Qin Wushuang's 3 arrows. Moreover, the place where the stone tablet was broken was divided into 3 parts. There were 4 parts in total and they were breaking apart at an unstoppable speed. Boom, 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 almost at the same time, outside the entrance of the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, Luo Zhen's expression changed greatly. He looked in the direction of the valley in disbelief and hissed, "Luo Yang, what is your follower doing inside?" The corner of Luo Yang's mouth revealed a trace of an imperceptible sneer. He ignored Luo Zhan and his figure flashed, disappearing into the bushes at the side of the road. Luo Zhan's expression changed greatly. Even an elder as strong as him was panicking at this moment. He knew that the situation was not good and he kept cursing, "It's over." The demon-subduing stone tablet must have been destroyed. Before he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. The entrance he was in also started to shake. The formations and mechanisms were activated automatically without any contact. All kinds of restrictions were activated and shot in all directions. The tremors caused the huge rocks in the entrance to dance in the air. It was extremely chaotic. Luo Zhan hurriedly called out, quickly leave this place." The guarding disciples had stayed here for so many years and had never encountered such a strange thing. They knew that the situation was not good and they all rushed out of the entrance. They scattered in a hubbub as if they were running for their lives. Before they could react, suddenly, a wave of despairing loud sound emerged from the entire entrance. The entire entrance had exploded. The powerful shock wave had shaken them a few hundred meters away. Inside the core of the explosion, all the buildings had been razed to the ground. Everything, including the rocks, trees, and debris, had turned into dust in the blink of an eye. In many places of the heavenly Sun Mountain, the same thing was happening in the same way. Inside the Sea of Bamboo courtyard, Landlord Zhuo was lost in thought as he looked at the wolf ivory peak. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as he could hardly believe his eyes. It was because he saw that a wave of black fog had emerged out of nowhere from the majestic wolf ivory peak. Next, like a piece of tofu, the tip of the wolf ivory peak had fallen off. Next, the entire wolf ivory peak had been crushed by an invisible giant hand, as if it was made of mud. That scene was like a mountain made of ceramic had been smashed by a rock. Instantly, it had been crushed into dust and collapsed with a loud rumble. The wolf ivory peak had collapsed. Landlord Zhuo was not the only one who had seen this scene. Many people from the Sea of Bamboo courtyard had also seen it. Only, when they had reacted, the entire Sea of Bamboo courtyard had also sunk in. Everyone only felt that the ground beneath their feet was floating. They looked down and saw a giant pit had appeared on the ground. It was as if a rampaging ferocious beast hidden underground had suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Like a whirlpool, it had rolled the entire Sea of Bamboo courtyard into it. All the buildings and the people in the buildings were like ants in a torrential flood. They couldn't resist at all and were directly swallowed up. Such situation was even more terrifying than the end of the world. The situation at the headquarters of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was not much better. All the palaces and the buildings on the left and right had collapsed in rows like tofu. Currently, the person holding the highest position in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was the 4th Dao warrior, Zhuo Longshuang. The instant when the subduing devil stone tablet had collapsed, he had sensed that something was wrong. Almost at the speed of lightning, he shot out of the palace he was in and soared into the sky. He spread his spiritual perception across the buildings of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and shouted, "All disciples, hurry and leave any buildings of the sect, hurry." Due to the haste of the matter, they only had the time for a few breaths to react. Those with fast reactions were able to escape this calamity. For those with slow reactions, they did not even have the chance. They only felt a wave of destructive presence rolling in. Both the people and the buildings were rolled in with irresistible force. Instantly, the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect was in a state of chaos. Zhuo Lungshuang floated in mid-air. As far as his eyes could see, the mountains collapsed one after another under his eyes. Even for someone as strong as him, he could not believe the scene before him. His face could not help but turn green and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Fourth Dao warrior, what is going on? Dao warrior, what is going on? Those Shakyamuni, elders, and disciples that had escaped all gathered towards Zhuo Lungshuang. Zhuo Lungshuang's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at these faces with empty eyes. Apparently, up to this moment, he could not calm down and could not face this unbelievable scene before him. For a time, the entire heavenly Sun Mountain had fallen into an endless calamity as if the end of the world had arrived. For a time, at least 70 to 80% of their foundation had been destroyed. Fear, panic, doubt, despair, all kinds of expressions were written on the faces of these people that had escaped with their lives. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 549. Disaster, at this unpredictable moment, erupted. The entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect had fallen into despair. Zhuo Lungshuang looked at everything that was happening around him with disbelief. He almost thought he was dreaming. However, the panicked faces before him, the fear of the survivors, the struggle of the dying, the sorrowful cries, and the piercing shrieks pierced his eardrums. He had to admit that everything was real. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind: subduing Devil Stone Tablet. Yes, the subduing Devil Stone Tablet. He remembered that the head Dao warrior had mentioned that the countless mechanisms the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had set up at the heavenly Sun Mountain had used the spiritual qi from the ley lines of the subduing Devil Stone Tablet. The spiritual qi from the ley lines of the subduing Devil Stone Tablet was abundant. Because of this, they had built such a spiritual qi gathering tablet. In fact, the subduing Devil Stone Tablet was only a cover. There were no devils or demonic spirits. Those were all a cover for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. When he thought here, Zhuo Lungshuang's entire body quivered as if he had been electrocuted. He immediately grabbed the communication jade plate. He must tell this grievous news to head Dao warrior Luo Tongtian immediately. Currently, Luo Tongtian was searching for Qin Wushuang. When he received Zhuo Lungshuang's message, he almost thought the other party was joking. However, how could such a joke be made randomly? Plus, with Zhuo Lungshuang's personality, he was not someone who liked to joke. Even someone as formidable as Luo Tongtian was dumbstruck when he heard this news. Instantly, he had become petrified. Head Dao warrior, please return to the mountain to take charge of the situation. The situation is terrible. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect is out of control. Zhuo Lungshuang spoke with a begging tone. Luo Tongtian's head was filled with blood. He suppressed the shock and asked in a low voice, "What happened? Who did this?" Currently, Zhuo Lungshuang knew nothing. Head Dao warrior, the heavenly Sun Mountain is in a state of chaos. We don't even know what happened. It's an unexpected disaster. The subduing Devil Stone Tablet is only my guess. Needless to say, something had happened to the subduing Devil Stone Tablet. Inwardly, Luo Tongtian felt deep pain and even had the thought of dying. This subduing Devil Stone Tablet had been established since the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was founded. It had been passed down to this day. All spiritual qi formations of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect were connected to the spiritual qi from the ley lines of the subduing Devil Stone Tablet. Because of this reason, to the outside world, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect could be said to be impregnable and possessed superior defensive power. For generations, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had also listed the heavenly Sun Mountain as their private land and closed their mountain gate to be their local emperor. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect was proud of all of this. Who would have thought that the historical inheritance that they were so proud of would be destroyed in a day? He was currently 200,000 to 300,000 miles away from the divine brilliance manor. If he wanted to rush back, it would take him at least 2 days. Her heart was burning with anxiety, but she had no other choice. The sect had reached a moment of life and death. As a head Dao paragon, he had to rush back without hesitation. The devil-suppressing stone tablet was erected by the first-generation founder. It was the work of a divine-level expert. It's impossible for it to break for no reason. Luo Tongtian knew very well that someone must have sabotaged it. However, in order to destroy the stele, one must possess the power of the divine path. When had the heavenly Luo Daoist sect offended an elite warrior of the divine level? Thinking of this, Luo Tongtian shuddered. He did not dare to think further. If an elite warrior of the divine level had made a move against the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, then even if Luo Tongtian were to rush back, he would only be sending himself to death. Although his current strength was at the peak of the profound mysterious boundary stage and was only one step away from the supreme Dao stage. However, this one step was the difference between heaven and earth. For the power of the divine Dao, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to kill him, who was at the peak of the profound mysterious stage. The power of the divine Tao was an existence that transcended the limits of the body and condensed the divine soul. That level of existence was not something he, at the profound mysterious stage, could compare with. When Luo Tongtian thought here, his heart was filled with doubts. He even felt some fear and uneasiness. However, in the end, he refused to believe that there was no hatred without reason in the Xian Yuan Mound. He could not remember when he had offended an elite warrior of the divine level. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect had always concealed their strength and bided their time in the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. They rarely made enemies. Inside the Xian Yuan Mound, they had never gotten into a conflict with those sects that possessed elite warriors of the divine level. Even for those sects with elite warriors of the divine level, they would not send an elite warrior to destroy the mountain gate for no reason. Besides, the subduing devil stone tablet was the core secret of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Outsiders would not know that the subduing devil stone tablet was the lifeline of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Could it be there was a communication between the inside and the outside, and a traitor had appeared? Luo Tongtian's heart throbbed. Then, he remembered something and his eyelids twitched. Could it be the heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Yes, yes. Luo Tongtian's expression was extremely unsightly. He was certain that for sure, the elite warrior of the heavenly Emperor Qin clan had taken revenge. Regarding who the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had formed a grudge with, it had happened recently. In the recent period, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had fought with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan a few times. However, these battles had happened recently. Everything was caused by that kid of the Qin clan in the human countries. Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Luo Tongtian's heart was filled with a wave of ruthlessness. If he had not considered his lack of strength, he would have had the impulse to kill his way to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. However, his rationality still told him that he must not act recklessly. If it were the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa would not remain indifferent. After all, those two powerhouses were the mortal enemies of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Each of their elite warriors of the divine level restrained each other. If the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had made a move, those two powerhouses would not have made the slightest sound. Impossible. Even within the Xian Yuan Mound, the influence of a divine-level warrior making a move was extremely shocking. When he thought here, Luo Tongtian took out the communication jade plate. Just as he was about to contact, suddenly, a wave of urgent messages came from the other side. It was Luo Henji, the second Dao warrior he was looking for. Head Dao warrior, what's going on? Isn't the subduing devil stone tablet the work of the divine Dao? How could it break for no reason? Damage to the ley lines, backlash from the spiritual qi? Luo Henji was filled with a series of question marks. Second, it's useless to speak these nonsense now. Let me ask you, did you receive any news that the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had made a move? Luo Tongtian asked cautiously. Apparently, Luo Henji had also considered this possibility as he immediately answered, Head Dao warrior, I asked those leaders of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa. They told me firmly that the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had not made a move. If it were the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, they would have known. It's not the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Luo Tongtian was completely stunned. If it was not the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, then he was completely confused. He could not think of any other elite warriors of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect could have offended. For a time, he had fallen into a state of confusion. He only felt that his brain was in a mess and did not have a single clue. However, after all, he was the leader of a sect. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he regained his calm and said to Luo Henji, "Second, you must return to the Daoist sect immediately. If possible, it would be even better if you could invite any elite warriors of the divine level from those two powerhouses." Luo Henji gave a long sigh. "I've already invited them. Their elite warriors of the divine level are not willing to make a move. They only look at the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Apparently, they are not willing to provoke the other elite warriors of the divine level. This way, then why are we still seeking them to form an alliance?" "What alliance?" Luo Tongtian could not help but feel somewhat anxious. "They said that we can form an alliance to deal with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. However, other matters are not within the scope of the alliance." Luo Henji was extremely helpless. To put it bluntly, in the end, it was because the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not have enough strength. They did not take them seriously. If the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect were to produce an elite warrior of the divine level, then the treatment would be completely different. Even if they could not sit on equal footing, at least they could negotiate conditions. Unfortunately, for many generations, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had not produced an elite warrior of the divine level. Although Luo Tongtian was angry, in fact, he knew that these two powerhouses had set their eyes on the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan and feared them. Each of these two powerhouses only had 2 elite warriors of the divine level. Certainly, they would not leave easily. However, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had 3 elite warriors of the divine level. If the two powerhouses were separated, none of them would be a match for the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. However, when the two powerhouses worked together, they could suppress the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. After all, when the two powerhouses worked together, it was equivalent to having 4 elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. Compared to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, they had 1 more elite warrior of the Supreme Tao. Do not underestimate this difference of numbers. In the Xian Yuan Mound, the number of elite warriors of the Supreme Tao would not exceed 50. The difference of 1 elite warrior of the Supreme Tao meant a lot. It even meant life and death. The attitude of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa was clear. They did not plan to get involved in this matter of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In other words, even if elite warriors of the Supreme Tao were to attack the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Luo Tongtian and the others could only choose to save themselves. When he thought here, Luo Tongtian felt even more anxious. While he sent out the order to gather all higher-ups and disciples of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect to return to the mountain gate to protect them, he also racked his brains to think of countermeasures. When those higher-ups disciples that were chasing after Qin Wushuang received the news, each of them found it unbelievable and could not accept this reality. On the other hand, inside the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, Bao Bao and Lone were digging through the ruins madly. Their eyes were filled with tears. After Qin Wushuang had shot those 3 arrows, the subduing Devil Stone tablet had suddenly collapsed. With a flash of light, a giant whirlpool had swallowed the entire mountain slope where Qin Wushuang was at. Along with the mud and sand, Qin Wushuang was also engulfed by this wave of light. Fortunately, Bao Bao and Lone had hidden far enough away to escape this calamity. However, at this moment, they did not have the slightest joy of surviving a calamity. They only had one thought in their head, and that was to dig out Boss. When Qin Wushuang was engulfed by that white light, his mind was in a state of chaos. He thought he was dead for sure. However, after this white light had engulfed him, a strange halo emerged around his body. Like an eggshell wrapping around a chicken egg, it wrapped him inside. Although he was engulfed by this white light, like a bumping boat in the vast ocean, he was not in any danger. After an unknown amount of time, this jolting feeling finally calmed down. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 550. When Qin Wushuang opened his eyes and realized his current situation, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. In that instant, he was extremely clear-headed and knew that he had been swept away by that wave of powerful power. That wave of suction was extremely tyrannical, like an underground whirlpool. With Qin Wushuang's strength, he was powerless to resist. However, to Qin Wushuang's surprise, this invisible defensive wall had saved his life. Although he didn't know how this defensive wall came to be, it was obvious that this defensive wall had something to do with the divine light baptism he had received. In the end, all of Qin Wushuang's fortuitous opportunities had originated from the 7 deadly formation arrays. Since that 7 deadly formation arrays had been baptized twice by the spiritual light, surely there were secrets that Qin Wushuang did not know. However, at the moment, Qin Wushuang did not have the time to consider these things. Although it was extremely comfortable inside this defensive wall, he also knew that since he had been swept in by that whirlpool, he must have entered the Earth's lungs. It would take some effort to get out. After observing his surroundings for a while, he saw nothing besides a dark hole in his vision. Qin Wushuang could only give up for now. Suddenly, he remembered Bao Bao and Lone. Although he had asked Bao Bao and Lone to retreat far enough before attacking the subduing Devil Stone Tablet, the instant when the subduing Devil Stone Tablet collapsed, he felt as if the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain had collapsed. That grandeur was as if the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain had been destroyed in an instant. When he thought here, he could not help but feel concerned. He was afraid that Bao Bao and Lone had not escaped this calamity. While he was thinking, suddenly, the communication jade plate transmitted its spiritual perception. Qin Wushuang took a look and it was Bao Bao and Lone. They were fine. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed as he sent his spiritual perception. Bao Bao, Lone, I am fine. Are you guys hurt? When Bao Bao heard that Qin Wushuang was fine, he was also overjoyed at the turn of events as he said excitedly, Boss, fortunately you let us go far away. We are fine. We will dig now to save you. Boss, these mountain ruins are very hard. I want to use world walking, but I can't get in. Qin Wushuang knew that the suppressing Devil Stone Tablet was full of spiritual energy. At this moment, he could still feel the spiritual energy fluctuations around him trembling chaotically. The dense spiritual energy enveloped him, and even with the protection of the defensive wall, Qin Wushuang still felt like a ball of dough being kneaded by the spiritual energy fluctuations. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, this kind of pain was still within his tolerance range. Bao Bao, what's the situation in the outside world? Qin Wushuang asked. Bao Bao and Lone were still inside the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. They were not aware of the changes in the outside world. However, they felt that something was wrong. A doomsday-like atmosphere had already spread into the 9 refinements mysterious wind valley. Within the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, many mountain peaks and forests had been mercilessly destroyed. Every detail was filled with an apocalyptic feeling. Boss, there's something wrong outside. It seems that this stone Steely is really strange. Boss, hurry and think of a way to get out. Perhaps Luo Tongtian and the others will be back soon. Lone also advised him anxiously. Boss, Bao Bao is right. Now is the best time for us to retreat. When they return, we will be surrounded. Qin Wushuang was well aware of his situation. Certainly, it would not be easy to get out in a short period of time. Immediately, he said seriously, Bao Bao, Lone, listen well. Leave quickly and don't mind me. It's not too late for you to leave while the situation is chaotic. Bao Bao and Lone were both extremely anxious. It would be impossible for them to abandon Qin Wushuang and escape first. They were not people that would disregard the code of brotherhood. Qin Wushuang knew that it would not be easy to persuade these 2 guys. However, the situation was clear. It would be useless for them to stay. Bao Bao, Lone, I'm glad to have met you 2 as partners. You have never abandoned me along the way. This is Qin Wushuang's good fortune. Now, I know clearly that we will not get out in a short period of time. If you stay here, You will be the first to face the anger of Luo Tongtian and the others. With your current strength, you will not be able to resist them. However, if we leave you here alone, even if we escape, it's meaningless to live. Boss, don't try to persuade us. If we die together. If we live together. You want to drive us away? No way. Bao Bao said with a determined tone. Qin Wushuang said urgently, Bao Bao, calm down. Listen to me. If I hide here, Zhuotianzi might not know that I am deep inside the ley lines. And you guys, you will not be able to hide from the search outside. If you stay here, it will be useless for you guys to distract me. For now, I will be safe inside. Besides, I already feel that my primordial spirit is fluctuating. I am already on the way to break through to the transformation void martial stage. I am about to break through. When I enter the transformation void martial stage, at the most crucial moment, I can consume the sky pilfered pill and forcefully advance to the profound void martial stage. Bao Bao and Lone were stunned. Qin Wushuang did not allow them to argue as he said with an angry tone, if you guys insist on staying here, then you are deliberately disturbing my mind and preventing me from training wholeheartedly. Bao Bao and Lone were speechless. If Boss had truly entered the profound void martial stage, it would be terrifying. With the graceful spiritual bow and the 5 elemental talisman of the Supreme Tao, plus the sealed scroll, he would not lack the capital to fight against the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the strongest Luo Tongtian was only an elite warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary state. As long as it was not an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao, Qin Wushuang would surely have a way to deal with it within the boundary of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. After all, when one entered the profound void martial stage, one could summon spiritual beasts at the profound mysterious boundary stage that were 2 levels higher. Bao Bao and Lone both appeared to be in a difficult situation. If they did as Boss had said, it would make sense and be a wise choice. However, it was awkward for them to abandon their boss in such a dangerous situation. Qin Wushuang struck while the iron was hot as he advised, don't hesitate, listen to me and go. I promise you guys that I will meet you guys again alive. Bao Bao stammered, Boss, wouldn't this be too disloyal? Qin Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Now is not the time to talk about loyalty. Loyalty is not shown by throwing away one's life. The true loyalty is to make the right choice for the other party at the most crucial moment. This is the correct loyalty. A meaningless sacrifice is just a momentary impulse, not a true code of brotherhood. Although there was only a word difference between the two, the connotation was completely different. Bao Bao and Lone seemed to understand. Qin Wushuang shouted, if you guys don't go, I am going to get angry. Bao Bao said helplessly, Boss, let's go. However, after you get out, where are you going to meet us? Qin Wushuang said, we will keep in touch through the communication jade plate. Of course, you guys must stay away from the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. If possible, you guys can go to the floating snow house. It should be safer within Senior Mu Rong's territory. Bao Bao and Lone nodded with tears in their eyes. Boss, you must take care. Don't worry, my life is tough. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect has massacred my Stargaze palace. I must settle this debt with them. When Qin Wushuang mentioned this matter, he almost gnashed his teeth in anger. Boss, promise us, see you at the floating snow house. Bao Bao and Lone left while wiping their tears. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang remembered something as he sent his spiritual perception. Bao Bao, Lone, if you guys find out that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has started to surround and search, you guys can change into your true form. Mix with the spiritual beasts of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I believe that after this calamity, the spiritual beasts of the heavenly Sun Mountain will also flee like a flock of bees. You guys can escape in the chaos. Bao Bao and Lone both agreed. The 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley had suffered great damage. Although Bao Bao and Lone returned the way they came, the places they passed by were in complete disorder. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the sea had turned into mulberry fields. All the mountain peaks and forests had turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. When they arrived at the entrance of the valley with great difficulty, The guards of that pass had already escaped without a trace. Including Luo Yang, he had also escaped without a trace. As a chess piece, it was not important to find Luo Yang or not. Of course, Bao Bao and Lone would not deliberately find Luo Yang. Instead, they walked out. The more these two guys went out, the more frightened they became. Bao Bao, this time, boss has given the heavenly Luo Daoist sect a surprise. Ha ha, I can't even recognize this is the heavenly Sun Mountain. Although the situation was rather critical, Lone was clearly in a good mood. Bao Bao said angrily, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is lifting a stone and smashing it on their own feet. Who asked them to chase after boss again and again? This time, boss is truly furious. Yes, to make a move on the human countries, only they could do it. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect deserved it. Let's see if the heavenly emperor of the heavenly emperor mountain will uphold justice. However, Bao Bao said with a cold sneer, I don't expect the heavenly emperor to uphold justice. If he truly wanted to, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not have dared to act so presumptuously. I see that in the end, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect will leave the matter unsettled. If that's the case, the heavenly emperor will not have any prestige. When the heavenly Luo Daoist sect did it, they will do it 15 times. At that time, I am afraid the human countries will fall into eternal damnation. Humph, when boss comes out, sooner or later these debts will be settled one by one. Even if the heavenly emperor does not uphold justice, boss will fight for it himself. I believe that boss has the strength, at least he has the potential. On this issue, Lone agreed with Bao Bao, yes, what damn heavenly emperor. When boss is strong enough, he should pull down the heavenly emperor and become the heavenly emperor himself. By that time, let's see who would dare to make boss suffer. Whatever heavenly Luo Daoist sect, I will turn them into ashes with one slap. While these two were talking, they approached the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. Looking from afar, Lone cried out bitterly, the Sea of Bamboo courtyard is also gone? Not to mention the Sea of Bamboo courtyard, have you seen the Wolf Ivory Peak? Bao Bao asked Lone with a bitter smile. Ha ha, powerful, too powerful. This time, boss has done it thoroughly. The headquarters of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is destroyed. Ha ha, think about it, when Luo Tongtian returns and finds his headquarters destroyed, would his nose become crooked from anger? I really want to enjoy his expression at that time. These two discussed while rejoicing in other people's misfortune. When they thought about the destruction of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect's giant foundation and how they had been chased by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, they felt extremely satisfied. Small correction, there is a small clerical error in chapter 555. Luo Tongtian is at the peak of the common mysterious stage. He is not at the peak of the profound mysterious stage. The common mysterious stage is the highest stage beneath the supreme Tao stage. There are only two stages in the exquisite mysterious stage, the profound mysterious stage and the common mysterious stage. I am deeply sorry for disturbing everyone's reading. Also, I recommend a book called 100 Refinements to Immortals to everyone. This book is famous for a long time. I have also read it and it's good. It also has a lot of words and is rich enough. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 551. In this disaster, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had suffered heavy casualties. Especially the Wolf Ivory Peak, it had collapsed instantly. 7 or 8 out of 10 core disciples had died. No less than 30 people had survived. Similarly, many of them had died while training in other places with abundant spiritual qi. Inside and outside the main building complex of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, there were 8 layers of formation mechanisms. All of them had received the spiritual qi from the subduing Devil Stone Tablet. When that stone tablet had been destroyed, the disorder of the spiritual qi had caused the formation to activate simultaneously. Like the explosion of a superbomb, all the buildings had been razed to the ground almost instantly. Fortunately, the collapse of this building complex was not as fast as the Wolf Ivory Peak. Thus, Many people in this main building complex had luckily escaped with their lives. Among them, of course, Zhuo, the fourth Dao warrior, held the most honorable position. Zhuo counted the number of people. There were 100 or 200 that had escaped with their lives. Besides 7 or 8 higher-ups, the rest were guardian disciples. Although they were not the top talents in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, they were the core power. Besides Zhuo, among the 7 higher-ups, 2 were Shakyamuni and 5 were elders. They had all stayed to guard the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Fourth Dao warrior, about half of the higher-ups in this main palace building complex had died. The Sea of Bamboo Courtyard and the Wolf Ivory Peak had been completely destroyed. The one that had spoken was Shakyamuni Chongguang. Initially, he should have been guarding the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard. At this moment, he also felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he had been temporarily transferred to guard the main palace. Or else, if he had stayed at the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard, not even his corpse would have been found. Zhuo expression had turned ugly. In this main palace building complex, besides each main palace, it also included the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, the Weapon Crafting Pavilion, the Alchemy Pavilion, the Talisman Pavilion, and the Material Warehouse. All of them had been destroyed. None of the elders in charge of guarding these buildings had escaped. Is there any news from other places? For now, only the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard and the Wolf Ivory Peak that were close have received news. The other disciples that had been sent to scout have not returned. With a gloomy expression, Zhuo mind had finally cleared up a little. Fortunately, many of the sect's elites were carrying out missions outside the sect during this great calamity. At least, they had ensured that those higher-ups had not suffered any harm. A portion of the particularly outstanding core disciples also followed their respective masters to carry out missions. Finally, some of the future bloodlines were preserved. The ones that suffered the greatest losses were naturally those core disciples of the Wolf Ivory Peak. At this moment, more and more disciples rushed over from the south side of the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard. These disciples all looked extremely panicked. Fourth Dao Sovereign, Dao Master. When Zhuo saw these people, his heart was somewhat comforted. He hurriedly asked, "Are you all okay? How's the situation at Wolf Ivory Peak?" These were the lucky ones who had escaped from the Wolf Ivory Peak. The reason why they were able to escape with their lives was that they were closer to the foot of the mountain and had just managed to avoid this calamity. Counting the heads, there were only 26 of them. Zhuo looked in that direction disappointedly and asked, "Just you guys, are there no more?" A core disciple stepped forward. Fourth Dao Sovereign, those who could have escaped have all escaped. We searched the area for a while. There shouldn't be anyone there. Zhuo felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Looking at the remaining 26 people, he reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Very good. Remember, no matter what, you have to be strong and face everything. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect will not collapse due to any natural disasters. In the future, you guys will be the hope of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Although these 26 core disciples had not recovered from the shock of the calamity, at least they were still alive. At least, to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, they would be even more precious. In this closed training, there were 120 core disciples. Only 26 escaped. Shakyamuni Chongguang also wanted to cry but had no tears. Usually, he was the one in charge of the training of the core disciples. He also had deep feelings for these core disciples. Now, when he saw that only 20 or 30 of them had returned and the other familiar faces were separated by life and death, he could not help but feel somewhat sad. Fortunately, this time, the head Dao Sovereign intended to train a group of the best core disciples and took away 20 of them to carry out the mission. At this time, Shakyamuni Chongguang could only comfort himself with the good news. One after another, scouts from different places came back to report. The Violet Deer Mountain has collapsed. For now, no disciples have been found alive. Everything is the same at the Peach Blossom Stream, there are no movements. Various faults have appeared in the Tiger Tail Stream, and a giant hole has appeared. The area around the mountain entrance has been completely destroyed and turned into ruins. These places were the more important strongholds of the heavenly Sun Mountain, but their situations were different. Zhuo Longxuang listened carefully. When he heard about the area around the mountain entrance, he raised his eyebrows. Shakyamuni Jinshu, quickly bring 2 elders and 10 core disciples to the mountain entrance. You must guard it with your life. Don't let even a fly out. Shakyamuni Jinshu accepted the order and picked 2 elders and 10 core disciples who had just escaped from the Wolf Ivory Peak to rush to the mountain entrance. Shakyamuni Chongguang said, "Fourth Tao Sovereign, isn't it too late to send them to the mountain entrance now?" "Sigh, maybe it is a little late, but we have to do our best. When the head Tao Sovereign comes back and finds out that we did nothing, how do you think we should endure his thunderous fury?" Shakyamuni Chongguang nodded silently. In the current situation, they had to treat a dead horse as if it was still alive. Even if it was just for show, they had to show it to the head Tao Sovereign. Shakyamuni Chongguang, is there still no news from the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley? Zhuo Longxuang could not help but ask. He was now more concerned about the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. Until now, he still could not be sure if there was a problem with the subduing Devil Stone tablet. Fourth Tao Sovereign, I have specially sent 2 fast and quick-witted disciples to investigate the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. I believe that there will be news soon. Before Shakyamuni Chongguang could finish his words, someone shouted from afar. The voice sounded flustered and exasperated. Fourth Tao Sovereign, Fourth Tao Sovereign. It's Luo Zhan. Shakyamuni Chongguang and Zhuo Longxuang looked at each other and felt a bad premonition in their hearts. Without a doubt, there was only one result for Luo Zhan to come here. Something had really happened to the subduing Devil Stone tablet. Luo Zhan almost sprinted over at full speed. When he saw the main hall in ruins, he only felt dizzy and almost couldn't control himself from vomiting blood. Tao Sovereign. Luo Zhan cried. Luo Zhan, what happened? Did something happen to the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley? Zhuo Longxuang asked with a very strict tone. Luo Zhan's head was a bit dizzy and he didn't answer Zhuo Longxuang's question. Instead, he looked around as if he was looking for something among the core disciples. Shakyamuni Chongguang naturally knew what he was looking for. He sighed, Elder Zhan, your grandson is not among the group that escaped from the Wolf Ivory Peak. When Luo Zhan heard that the Wolf Ivory Peak was destroyed, his heart sank. When he heard that a portion of the core disciples escaped, he couldn't help but have some hope. When he heard Shakyamuni Chongguang say that his precious grandson was not among the group, he almost fainted from anger. Zhuo Longxuang slightly raised his arm and a cold light shot onto Luo Zhan's body, forcefully stabilizing his emotions. He asked in a deep voice, Elder Luo Zhan, let me ask you, did something happen to the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley? Luo Zhan sobbed, nodded and shook his head. He had a crazy expression and cursed, Luo Yang, it was all done by that bastard Luo Yang. Elder Luo Yang? Zhuo Longxuang and Shakyamuni Chongguang were both shocked. Are you talking about Elder Luo Yang? Of course it's him. He brought a group of followers to the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. None of the guarding disciples in front dared to stop him. He arrived at my pass. When I told him to come back after the Qingming festival, he turned against me on the spot. He said that he wanted to refine the spiritual inheritance pill and lacked one ingredient, so he insisted on entering the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. I did not allow it, but he did not hesitate to threaten me, saying that he would go to the Wolf Ivory Peak to plot against my eldest grandson. Luo Zhan cried and shouted as he recounted the situation. When he reached the end, he beat his chest and stamped his feet. It was obvious that his emotions were on the verge of collapse. The more Zhuo Longxuang listened, the more shocked he became. His brows furrowed even more, and black lines appeared on his forehead. Shakyamuni Chongguang also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Luo Zhan, you are too muddle-headed. How could you let him in? Luo Zhan refuted. Luo Yang did not go in, he only sent 5 followers in. After the incident, he ran away immediately. Seeing that he was still quibbling, Zhuo Longxuang angrily shouted, Shut up. You still care about your grandson at this time? You are the only one with a grandson. Of those dead disciples, which one of them was not raised by their parents? Luo Zhan, if this incident really happened in the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, you will be a great sinner for all eternity. Zhuo Lingshuang was unable to restrain his anger. With a sweep of his sleeve, a gust of wind blew, and Luo Zhan was sent flying dozens of feet away like a kite with a broken string. Shakyamuni Chongguang saw that Zhuo Lingshuang still wanted to attack, and hurriedly advised, Dao warrior, although Luo Zhan is guilty, we cannot kill him now. When head Dao warrior returns, we still have to explain. Zhuo Lingshuang said angrily, detain him first. When head Dao warrior returns, punish him. Chongguang, that Luo Yang could not have gone far. Bring some people and pursue Luo Yang within the Heavenly Sun Mountain area. Yes. Shakyamuni Chongguang also knew that capturing Luo Yang was the only way for them to escape. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape responsibility. When head Dao warrior returns, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. After Shakyamuni Chongguang had left, the disciples that had escaped from the 9 refined mysterious wind valley arrived one after another. When these people saw that Luo Zhan had been detained, their hearts raced and they were also extremely nervous. Zhuo Lingshuang interrogated them one by one. Everyone's tone was the same and they all pointed at Luo Yang. Zhuo Lingshuang said to the remaining 2 elders, go investigate how many direct and collateral relatives Luo Yang has in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Bring all the living ones here. Yes. After the great calamity, the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect finally had some clues. Currently, Bao Bao and Lone were also running towards the entrance of the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Another book, an old author with a good reputation. Book title, Super Immortal Doctor Advertisement. He was a rookie school doctor at the Yong City University Hospital. He had just graduated and stepped into society. He was an immortal doctor with superb medical skills and had saved countless lives. He was proficient in both Western and Chinese medicine. When 2 completely different identities appeared on the same person, what kind of sparks would it create? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 552. Indeed, as Qin Wushuang had expected, all the spiritual beasts inside the Heavenly Sun Mountain that had escaped with their lives rushed towards the outside. Apparently, these spiritual beasts that had lived in the Heavenly Sun Mountain for a long time did not know what was going on when they encountered such a great calamity. Their first reaction was to run for their lives. They would run as far away as possible from the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Bao Bao and Lone mixed among these spiritual beasts and did not reveal themselves. When they arrived at the entrance, they discovered that although the entrance had been destroyed, they had set up a defensive line. Shakyamuni Jin Shu had led the 2 profound void martial stage elders and 10 core disciples to set up a defensive line. When they saw a large group of spiritual beasts rushing towards the outside of the Heavenly Sun Mountain, of course, Shakyamuni Jin Shu and the 2 elders would not allow them to pass through the pass. Being an elite warrior at the perfect void martial stage, Shakyamuni Jin Shu held a high position in the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He was definitely one of the top 10 elite warriors. Holding a giant spiked club in his hand, he had the temperament of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. At least a few hundred spiritual beasts rolled over. When they saw Shakyamuni Jin Shu blocking the pass, all of them started to make a racket and roared to show off their power. Where are you guys going? Go away, we are leaving this place. Get lost, don't block the way. Your Heavenly Luo Daoist sect can't even protect yourselves. Why are you getting involved in our business? Among these spiritual beasts, many elite warriors could also speak the human language. Clearly, they were annoyed when they saw Shakyamuni Jin Shu blocking the way. Everyone, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and you guys have settled down at the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Before the calamity, we should share the burden. Shakyamuni Jin Shu spread out his spiritual chi deliberately to form an aura to intimidate these spiritual beasts. Among these spiritual beasts, there were many at the profound void martial stage. Some even possessed the power to aim for the perfect void martial stage. Of course, they would not be intimidated by Shakyamuni Jin Shu's temperament. A tiger king at the profound void martial stage sneered, sharing the burden of the calamity, where are the benefits? How could the heavenly Luo Daoist sect monopolize the benefits? That's right, you are Shakyamuni Jin Shu, we know you. You have good strength, but do you think that you guys can stop the charge of all of us spiritual beasts? Shakyamuni Jin Shu was not confident at all. He could handle a few profound void martial stage spirit beasts. If these hundreds of spirit beasts were to swarm him at the same time, he would not be able to stop them all by himself. Apart from the two great elders, the other core disciples did not possess absolute killing power at the moment. Normally, these spirit beasts would not be able to leave the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley and the Wolf Ivory Peak. This was because every place had mechanical seals that restricted the spirit beasts. However, once the Devil Suppressing Stone tablet fell, all of the mechanisms were automatically destroyed. It no longer had any restraining power towards these spirit beasts. Therefore, these spirit beasts had found an opportunity to be free, so how could they miss it? Golden Beard, if you insist on stopping us, don't blame us for being rude. These beasts were extremely agitated at this moment. Obviously, the fear of the catastrophe and the yearning for freedom made them very irritable. It was as if he was about to turn hostile at the slightest disagreement. Shakyamuni Jin Shu hastily sent a message to Zhuo Lungshuang, requesting his assistance. Zhuo Lungshuang drew a breath of cold air when he heard that a few hundred spiritual beasts were charging at the same time. He ordered, "Stop them, you must stop them." Shakyamuni Jin Shu was also annoyed. Stop them? It was easier said than done. Who could stop these few hundred spiritual beasts when they rushed over like a flood? In the worst-case scenario, the 10 core disciples and even the 2 elders would lose their lives because of it. He looked back and saw that although the 2 great elders were forcing themselves to remain calm, those 10 core disciples had a pale complexion. Although they had tried their best to hide their fear, one could see the distress in their hearts from their eyes. Apparently, they had just escaped from a great disaster. Now, they had encountered such a situation. Naturally, they did not have any confidence, not to mention having a high fighting spirit. Shakyamuni Jin Shu held the Wolf Ivory Club tightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, Elder Luo Shu sent a message from behind him. Shakyamuni Jin Shu, those core disciples are on the verge of a mental breakdown. They cannot resist at all. They could not even withstand the first wave of attacks. Bao Bao and Lone shouted among the group of beasts, "Everyone, let's go. This Golden Beard is stalling for time. If we don't go, when those elite warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect return, we will not be able to leave. Go, if we don't go, we will die. If we go, everyone will have hope to regain their freedom. Could it be that you want to stay at the heavenly Sun Mountain forever and be enslaved by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Go, go." Indeed, the emotions of the beasts were on the verge of exploding. Any little provocation could completely stimulate these emotions. Indeed, under the encouragement of Bao Bao and Lone, all the beasts swarmed forward like a tide breaking through the dam. Each of these beasts were smart as they avoided the direction of Shakyamuni Jin Shu. Like a flood, they split into 2 groups and rushed forward. Shakyamuni Jin Shu gripped the Wolf Ivory Club tightly and made up his mind, "Don't move, let them pass." At this crucial moment, Shakyamuni Jin Shu still suppressed his fighting spirit. He knew that once he made a move, he would be able to kill many of the beasts with his strength. However, even if he could kill 10 or 20 of them, it would be insignificant to these few hundred spiritual beasts. However, when this wave of attacks came, certainly none of the 10 core disciples would survive. The current heavenly Luo Daoist sect could no longer afford to sacrifice them. Shakyamuni Jin Shu gripped the Wolf Ivory Club and gritted his teeth. He looked at the group of beasts rushing forward like the tide. Since the heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not take the initiative to attack, of course, the beasts would not seek trouble. In the end, the battle between the 2 sides that was on the verge of breaking out had ended without any losses. Elder Luo Shu walked up and said in a low voice, "Shakyamuni, if you will be punished for letting them go, I am willing to bear it with you." Another elder, Luo Meng, also walked over, "Count me in." Those 10 core disciples all walked over with a face full of shame and gratitude. Although it was inconvenient for them to say thank you, inwardly, they were extremely grateful to Shakyamuni Jinshu. If he did not give the order, they must stop them. Even if it was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an egg hitting a rock, they must carry it out. It was because this was an order. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect had strict discipline. As long as they were still breathing, they must carry out the order. However, once they tried to stop them, the result was obvious. Before a few hundred ferocious spiritual beasts, they did not have the slightest room to resist. They would only end up being torn into pieces. Thus, when Shakyamuni Jinshu ordered them not to resist, in fact, he had saved their lives. However, to Shakyamuni Jinshu, it was equivalent to disobeying the order of the fourth Tao warrior. While Qin Wushuang was inside that deep abyss, the movements of the spiritual qi around him did not show the slightest sign of slowing down. On the contrary, it became more intense and kept pressing down on his defensive wall. He felt as if he was a lone boat drifting in the vast sea. However, at the same time that these movements of spiritual qi pressed down on Qin Wushuang, it also allowed Qin Wushuang to experience the so-called training environment with high spiritual qi purity. This sealed space was like a can of spiritual energy that had trapped him inside. However, this can of spiritual energy contained an unimaginable purity and density of spiritual energy that the outside world could not imagine. Qin Wushuang had never seen or heard of such spiritual qi environment. At first, Qin Wushuang activated his own strength to resist the spiritual qi that was gushing from all directions. However, the more he resisted, the more Qin Wushuang realized that the movements of these spiritual qi were getting more and more intense. He decided to change his method, which was to guide and unblock the spiritual qi. What Qin Wushuang did not expect was that the effect of this method was surprisingly good. Under his guidance, these rich spiritual qi started to fuse with his dantian. This fusion made his primordial spirit grow stronger and stronger. It was like a silkworm that was spitting silk. As the silk was spat out, the cocoon that was formed also became bigger and bigger. At this moment, Qin Wushuang's primordial spirit was exactly the same. A familiar feeling made Qin Wushuang's divine sense suddenly come up with an exciting idea he was about to break through. Sure enough, when the spiritual qi that was gushing from all directions continued to fuse and nurture in Qin Wushuang's dantian, it pushed his primordial spirit to a new realm and height. The transformation void realm. Finally, it had arrived slowly. A wave of warm current flowed around Qin Wushuang's body and made him feel extremely comfortable. Above the refined void realm was the transformation void realm. Although it was only a small breakthrough in the void martial stage, to Qin Wushuang, it was a major hurdle in his life. Especially at such a critical moment. Perhaps, one stage and one level of strength meant the difference between life and death. Qin Wushuang enjoyed the pleasure brought by the breakthrough. The spiritual qi inside his body had supported his primordial spirit and allowed Qin Wushuang to experience the miraculous state of the transformation void martial stage. At this moment, Qin Wushuang threw all his worries to the back of his mind. He must seize the opportunity to consolidate the transformation void martial stage. Especially in this current environment where the spiritual qi was abundant, an extra bit of hard work would mean a heavy harvest. Indeed, this environment with abundant spiritual qi was the most special reward for Qin Wushuang. It was a blessing in disguise. It seems that this subduing devil stone tablet is the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the heavenly Sun Mountain. It's strange that there is such a huge difference between the spiritual qi in the heavenly Sun Mountain. The spiritual qi movements beneath the subduing devil stone tablet had brought great shock to Qin Wushuang. He could not believe that there was a place with such abundant spiritual qi in the world. Every trace of air in this place seemed to be filled with spiritual qi. It was simply a paradise on earth. However, he did not know that the place where the subduing devil stone tablet was located was the remains of an ancient battlefield. It was the eye of a seal, the eye of the spiritual source that connected to the ley lines. This meant that the harvest had helped Qin Wushuang achieve a perfect breakthrough. One must say that the fortune was miraculous. Gains and losses could not be predicted. The instant when the subduing Devilstone tablet collapsed and when Qin Wushuang was sucked in by that wave of power, he was certain that he would die. How could he have known that it would be like this? If one survives a great disaster, there will be good fortune in the future. These words suddenly appeared in Qin Wushuang's mind. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 553. These words were the best description of Qin Wushuang ever since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts. The first time he had escaped death was in the cave at the Green Jade Mountain, which was the first circle of the 7 deadly formation arrays. At that time, he had fallen into that giant pit under the siege of many elite warriors from the Heavenly Lake Empire. He thought he would die for sure. In the end, he had received a great fortune, the 7 deadly formation arrays. Since then, he had started his legendary journey in the Tianxian land. Amid the chaos, Qin Wushuang felt as if he had returned to his mother's body. That feeling was marvelous and wonderful. After Qin Wushuang had entered the transformation void martial stage, that defensive wall had automatically strengthened. The temperature and comfort inside had made Qin Wushuang feel as if he had returned to the chaos. And Qin Wushuang's dantian was also absorbing the spiritual qi from all directions at a neither fast nor slow pace. Although absorbing spiritual qi was no longer the main way to increase one's stage after reaching the void martial stage, in the end, the improvement of the primordial spirit was still the refinement of the dantian. Qin Wushuang enjoyed this feeling. Muddlehead, he felt as if he had truly returned to his mother's body, regardless of the changes in the outside world. How could Qin Wushuang know that the richness of the spiritual qi in his current environment was a few dozen times more than the outside world? If he trained here, he could increase his speed by at least 5 times. Of course, Qin Wushuang also knew that it would be impossible to train to the profound void martial stage here. It was because in order to increase the primordial spirit, in addition to the accumulation of quantity, he also needed to rely on actual combat. In addition to accumulation, the training of the void martial stage also required comprehension. However, with such a superior environment, of course Qin Wushuang would not let go of it. Even if he could not become a fatty in one bite, under such environment, he could refine his dantian and lay a solid foundation for his advancement to the profound void martial stage. Especially when Qin Wushuang planned to use the sky-pilfered pill to break through to the profound void martial stage, this environment was essential. Although the sky-pilfering pill was heaven-defying, in the end, it was still a method of forcefully entering the profound void realm through excessive enthusiasm. To put it bluntly, it was still a bit of a trick. In essence, it went against the natural way of the universe. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been named the sky-pilfering pill. However, if Qin Wushuang was here to build a solid foundation for his body and dantian, then when he used the sky-pilfering pill, it wouldn't be so abrupt. Everything would fall into place naturally. At that time, the sky-pilfering pill would no longer be an excessive push, but a guide like adding flowers to a brocade. After Qin Wushuang understood this, he became even more confident in his cultivation. He also knew that for the time being, he did not need to worry about the outside world. Even if Luo Tongtian and the others had rushed back to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, they would not discover his existence for a while. In this place, he did not know what kind of position he was in. Bao Bao could not use the underground technique to come in. Although Luo Tongtian was an elite warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, he might not have the divine skill to move the mountains and split the earth. Most importantly, Luo Tongtian would not have guessed that Qin Wushuang was still hiding here. Now, I only hope that Bao Bao and the others have successfully escaped. As long as Bao Bao and the others have successfully escaped, I can stay here and train without any distractions. Until I have the confidence to enter the profound void martial stage. When he thought about Bao Bao and the others, Bao Bao's message arrived. Boss, we already rushed out of the heavenly Sun Mountain amidst the chaos. Ha ha, you have the foresight. Indeed, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has already started to obstruct us. However, when a few hundred spiritual beasts charged over, they did not dare to stop us. Ha ha! We have successfully broken through, now we are heading towards the direction of the floating snow house. Boss, you must be careful. Don't worry. Qin Wushuang only gave a concise and powerful answer. After 2 days, the higher-ups of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect scattered in different places also returned to the heavenly Sun Mountain. The first higher-up to return was not Luo Tongtian, but the second Dao warrior, Luo Henji. At the heavenly Emperor Mountain, in the end, Luo Henji could not persuade the Sound of Thunder sect and the heavenly Punishing Villa to send elite warriors of the Supreme Dao to help. The Divine Brilliance Prefecture was extremely close to the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Thus, Luo Henji was the first higher-up to return. However, not long after he had returned, Luo Tongtian had also returned. Next, Tian Mingshan, the third Dao warrior, had returned. The gathering of the 4 Dao warriors had instantly made the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect feel much more reassured. The morale that had fallen to the bottom had also been boosted. On the 3rd and 4th day, the Shakyamuni and elders from different places had also returned. After the great calamity, the entire heavenly Sun Mountain had regained some vitality. Only, the main building complex of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had been completely destroyed. Fortunately, Zhuo Langshuang had quickly mobilized all the surviving powerhouses in the past few days to build simple structures in the empty space. After a few days of work, they had built a simple temporary shelter. However, Zhuo Langshuang's little actions did not make Luo Tongtian feel the slightest gratified. Ever since Luo Tongtian had returned, he had never looked Zhuo Langshuang in the eye. Zhuo Langshuang's heart was beating rapidly, yet he did not dare to speak. The group of higher-ups sat on the stone bench. For the first time after the great calamity, all of them sat together. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely gloomy and depressing. Especially Zhuo Langshuang and the other elite warriors that had stayed behind, they could not even raise their heads under everyone's questioning gaze. Although they also had a belly full of grievances, this was the truth. Sometimes, the reason was not important. Since the result was already like this, for sure, they, the ones that had stayed behind, were the ones that were the easiest to blame. Fourth, tell us, what is going on? Luo Tongtian finally spoke with a gloomy face. In fact, Zhuo Langshuang was crying out for injustice inwardly. No one could change this matter, no matter who had stayed behind to guard the door. Only, he was unlucky to have run into such a troublesome matter. Head Dao warrior, we have already investigated clearly. The subduing Devil Stone tablet had been completely destroyed. All the mechanisms and formations that were connected to the subduing Devil Stone tablet had exploded. I know all of this, I am asking for the reason. Without any warning, Luo Tongtian roared loudly and opened his eyes widely. I want the reason. Zhuo Langshuang felt wronged. The reason? You have to ask Luo Zhen. With a wave of his hand, someone had already escorted Luo Zhen over. Luo Zhen's eyes were lifeless as he walked numbly. When he saw Luo Tongtian and the others, he did not salute nor speak. He only grinned foolishly. Dead, all dead. Haha, it's good that they are all dead. I don't want to live anymore. After scolding, he suddenly fell to the ground and cried loudly. This Luo Zhen could not accept such an unforeseen event and had directly gone crazy. He had spent all his efforts, worked so hard and diligently in this life, all for the sake of cultivating his eldest grandson. In the end, it was all for naught. Unable to bear such a shock, Luo Zhen had completely gone crazy. Luo Tongtian frowned and stared at Zhuo Langshuang. You want a lunatic to give me the answer? Zhuo Langshuang stammered. How did he go crazy? He was fine before. He must be pretending to be crazy. Luo Zhen, don't pretend to be crazy. Luo Tongtian was impatient. He waved his hand. He is crazy, but you are not. Do you want me to invite you before you tell me the whole story? Zhuo Langshuang was drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly said that he did not dare. He repeated what Luo Zhen had told him in detail, without missing a single word, and without any exaggeration. So, it's Luo Yang's doing? Luo Tongtian asked indifferently. Then, have you caught Luo Yang in these 3 days? Zhuo turned to look at Shakyamuni Chongguang and answered, Shakyamuni Chongguang is in charge of capturing Luo Yang. Chongguang, you tell the head Dao warrior. Shakyamuni Chongguang said, I haven't stopped at all these 3 days. All his relatives, direct relatives and collateral relatives, as long as they are not dead, I have caught them. Only Luo Yang was not caught. Could it be that he has already escaped from the heavenly Sun Mountain? Tian Mingshan, the third Dao warrior who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Zhuo flatly denied, it's impossible for him to be so fast. Once something happened here, I sent Shakyamuni Jin Shu to block the entrance and exit of the heavenly Sun Mountain after we met with the higher-up. Jin Shu, after you went to guard the entrance, did you let anyone out? Luo Tongtian turned to ask. Shakyamuni Jin Shu vowed solemnly, I dare to guarantee that not a single person has left. Zhuo said, Jin Shu, why are you still lying at this moment? Weren't you the one who ordered the release of those few hundred spirit beasts? Everyone's gaze was focused on Shakyamuni Jin Shu. Shakyamuni Jin Shu knew that Zhuo would definitely push the blame to him. After all, at this moment, everyone wanted to shirk the responsibility. However, he was very calm, and did not even blink his eyes. Yes, I ordered the release of those spirit beasts. Fourth Dao warrior, you know that under that kind of situation, I only need to say a word to stop them. Those spirit beasts are not a threat to my life at all. Whether I can stop them or not, I only need to say a word to give the order. Then why didn't you give the order? Zhuo asked coldly. I gave the order. If I gave the order, I would have pushed those 10 core disciples into the fire pit. I can protect myself, what about them? Could they have stopped a wave of attacks from a few hundred spirit beasts? Shakyamuni Jin Shu asked angrily, under that situation, even if I had given the order to stop them, besides sending these core disciples to their deaths, I could not have stopped the surging momentum of the group of beasts. Please forgive me for asking, at that time, what were you doing? Zhuo gave a cold sneer, you sure know how to be a good person. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, military orders must be obeyed. I asked you to stop them, and you did not carry it out. Instead, you are asking me? Fourth Dao warrior, let me ask you, at that time, what was the difference between stopping them and not stopping them? Could it have stopped the surging tide of hundreds of ferocious beasts? Could it be you don't know that military orders are more important than life and death? Zhuo asked back. Shakyamuni Jin Shu said angrily, I only know that at this time, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect cannot afford to die. The Wolf Ivory Mountain had lost hundreds of core disciples. If we had lost those 10 core disciples, where would the heavenly Luo Daoist sect go, and who would support us in the future? Luo Tongtian glared at these two coldly. Are you still not done arguing? Keep arguing. Shakyamuni Jin Shu said loudly, Head Dao warrior, I have lived for a few hundred years and would not hesitate to die. If you want to take responsibility, I will not complain even if you cut off my head now. However, there are some words that I must say. What do you want to say? Luo Tongtian asked coldly. I want to say that for that little matter of the human countries, there was no need to bring the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect into it. For this matter, from the beginning, we should not have invested so much. If all the elite warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect were inside the mountain gate, I believe that such a thing would never have happened. These words were extremely bold and had directly challenged Luo Tongtian's authority. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 554. As soon as Shakyamuni Jin Shu spoke these words, besides Luo Tongtian, everyone's complexion changed. They all felt that Shakyamuni Jin Shu was being too bold. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, when someone openly questioned the decision of the head Dao warrior, it was a challenge to his authority. Luo Tongtian's face turned gloomy as a black line emerged on his forehead. He sized Shakyamuni Jin Shu up with a cold gaze. This way, you are blaming us for making such a big fuss, right? Shakyamuni Jin Shu knew Luo Tongtian's personality well. He knew that today's matter would not end well. However, since he had made up his mind, he was fearless as he said with a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "In the beginning, this matter was not the fault of the head Dao warrior. In fact, the entire sect had spoiled Luo Ting too much. It had caused him to become undisciplined and out of control. He could not accept any setbacks. He had left the sect secretly to deal with a young man from the human countries. For this matter, from the beginning, we had lost. Even if Luo Ting had killed that Qin Wushuang, what could he have won? Besides ruining his own reputation and establishing his own narrow-minded image, what else could he have gained? Not to mention, he could not kill that Qin Wushuang, and got killed by him." These words resonated with many people inwardly. However, they could only think about it inwardly as no one dared to show it. Continue. Luo Tongtian was expressionless. Inwardly, Zhuo Lingshuang was feeling proud. The more Shakyamuni Jin Shu acted like this, the more advantageous it would be for him. It was equivalent to Shakyamuni Jin Shu asking for trouble. Although Luo Ting had exceptional talent and was ranked number 1 among all the core disciples. What was the result? In the end, he was killed. What does this mean? When choosing an heir, not only must we pay attention to talent, we must also pay attention to the nurturing of character and intelligence. If Luo Ting had a slightly more open mind, how could he not know how to make the choice? How could he not be able to extricate himself from a groundless engagement? When Shakyamuni Jin Shu spoke up to hear, he stopped for a moment. For such an heir, it would not matter if he died. To avenge him, it would be inappropriate to mobilize more than half of the elite force of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Could it be that the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect is as young and reckless as Luo Ting? His words were actually very reasonable, especially for those who had personally experienced the pursuit of Qin Wushuang. They felt that there was no reason for this matter. After working hard for half a year, they had gained nothing. Instead, their nest had been destroyed. This kind of defeat was simply losing on both sides, losing in a complete mess. Luo Tongtian sneered as he stared at Shakyamuni Jin Shu. "You are eloquent, you have your own thoughts, you have depth and your mind is flexible. But why didn't you say these words before we set off? Now that you're making empty promises, do you think you can show off how smart you are?" Shakyamuni Jin Shu said loudly, "Head Dao warrior, if you say so, don't blame me for offending you. May I ask, with your personality, will you listen to what your subordinate says? If you were someone who could listen to advice, you wouldn't have made such a choice." Once these words were spoken, everyone present was truly shocked. Zhuo Lingshuang slapped the table and stood up as he saw the opportunity. "Damn you, Jin Shu, you are looking down on the authority of the head Dao warrior and slandering him for being narrow-minded." Jin Shu glared at Zhuo Lingshuang and said fearlessly, "Fourth Dao warrior, don't put on airs. After the incident, you know better than anyone what kind of attitude you had. You commanded this and that. What did you do? Besides hiding here, I didn't see you go to the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley to investigate, nor did I see you step out. To destroy the subdued Soulstone tablet, you must have used a Supreme Dao technique. You are afraid of that elite warrior of the Supreme Dao, who doesn't know your intentions. If you are afraid of death, then don't sit in that position. If you sit in that position, don't be afraid of death. Since you are afraid of death, you still want to drive others to their deaths. What are your intentions?" Zhuo Lingshuang's complexion turned green and white as he said angrily, "You are slandering me." When second Dao warrior Luo Henji saw the situation getting out of control, he immediately stepped out to mediate. "Enough, enough. What's the use of you guys arguing until your face turns red? Can you make up for the situation? Is it fun to shift the responsibility? Head Dao warrior, can I speak a few words?" Inwardly, Luo Tongtian was extremely furious. If all these people were not present, he would have killed Shakyamuni Jin Shu on the spot. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Speak." Luo Henji said, "Jin Shu, let's make an assumption. If this matter was truly caused by Luo Yang, even if all of us were at the mountain gate, I am afraid we could not change the current situation. Besides, if we had not mobilized the main force, most likely the casualties would have been even more severe." Shakyamuni Jin Shu nodded. second Dao warrior's assumption is reasonable. My words were to disregard this matter. I always think that if the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wants to develop, there is no need to care about some minor gains and losses. Like Luo Ting's engagement. Okay, don't speak anymore. Everyone knows what you mean. Luo Henji was worried that if he continued to speak, the head Dao warrior would act out on the spot. In fact, he was also protecting Shakyamuni Jin Shu by stopping him. Regardless of the motive for this trip, the result could be said to be a great fortune amidst the misfortune. If everyone was here, I am sure that the number of casualties would have been much higher than now. Based on this assumption, I feel that regardless of who stayed here, most likely they would not have been able to stop this matter from happening. Thus, in fact, it is a secondary matter to pursue the responsibility. Now, the most important thing is to catch the murderer and rebuild the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Indeed, these two matters were the most important. In comparison, it was not important to pursue the responsibility of who was responsible. Besides continuing to expand the internal strife, there would be no gains. Tian Mingshan also nodded. Second Dao warrior's words are reasonable. Honestly, if I was the one guarding here, I am afraid this matter would not have happened. It's because this was an unexpected situation and no one could have predicted it. Zhuo Longshuang looked at Luo Henji and Tian Mingshan with gratitude. The words of these two brothers were considerate. Fourth, repeat those crucial matters that Luo Zhan had mentioned in detail. Let's think about it again. When Luo Henji saw that the atmosphere at the scene had eased up, he changed the topic. Again, Zhuo Longshuang repeated it carefully. Head Dao warrior, look, why did this Luo Yang destroy the subduing soulstone tablet for no reason? What power did Luo Yang have to destroy the subduing soulstone tablet? Luo Henji had already uncovered the crux of the problem. Suddenly, Shakyamuni Chongguang said, Dao warriors, there is a butler here that works at the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard. On the day of the incident, he was not at the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard. He had escaped a disaster. He said that before Luo Yang went to the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley, he had met someone. The expression of the 4 Dao warriors changed at the same time. Who? It's a local tyrant from the River Gate State City. His name is Zhuo Yuting and he is known as Landlord Zhuo. He has a son called Zhuo Shao who is a core disciple. This time, he also met with a mishap at the Wolf Ivory Peak. Who else has this information? Vividly, Luo Henji felt that this matter was most likely related to that Landlord Zhuo. One of the disciples guarding the entrance to the mountain stood up. Dao warrior, when that Landlord Zhuo came, he had talked with me. At that time, he had brought 6 subordinates. It was me who reported to Elder Luo Yang. This person was the disciple surnamed Tu that had stopped Landlord Zhuo's group. By the way, Dao warrior, the night before Elder Luo Yang had left, he had invited Landlord Zhuo to a feast. And at that time, it seemed that some accidents had occurred. It seemed that spiritual beasts had barged in. Elder Luo Yang's subordinates had chased after them. That person from before reported again. Landlord Zhuo, investigate this Landlord Zhuo for me. Luo Tongtian said while gnashing his teeth, I want all of his information, including who he had contacted before his departure, and any strange movements he had made. When the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wanted to investigate a matter thoroughly, their efficiency was impressive. Inside the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect held unquestionable authority. As soon as the order had been passed down, people from the branch at the River Gate State City immediately carried out a comprehensive investigation. Soon, the information had been passed to them. Before Landlord Zhuo had left the city, 2 young people had come to deliver gifts. Those 2 young people had left, and it seemed that Landlord Zhuo had also left for a while. He had only returned that night. However, I did not see those 2 young people again. I just received information from a restaurant in the market. A group of people had asked the waiter about Landlord Zhuo's personality and hobbies. The local bamboo stone gang of the River Gate State City had said that they had bothered that young man who had asked about Landlord Zhuo. That young man had a good mind and seemed to be familiar with the tricks of the Jianghu. The information had not only gathered from the River Gate State City. The initially muddled situation had also become clearer and formed a clear path. The mysterious young man, landlords were Luo Yang, 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. Instantly, the entire network had become clear. As soon as this network had become clear, much of the content had also become rich. Luo Henji mumbled, "It seems that from beginning to end, this was a premeditated action against us. Besides, the other party had predicted that we would be defenseless and had come prepared. This person's methods are terrifying. After taking so many detours, each of his steps was watertight. He had a meticulous mind and great courage." Tian Mingshan also commented. The expression on Luo Tongtian's face had become even worse. Luo Henji pointed to the network diagram they had analyzed and said suspiciously, "Up to this point, I only have one question. How did this person know that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has a subduing soulstone tablet? How did he know that this subduing soulstone tablet is the lifeline of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect?" The crux of the entire matter was here. All the questions had stopped here. Luo Tongtian's expression had turned extremely unsightly. Vividly, he seemed to have thought of something. However, deep inside his heart, he was resisting this thought. However, the more he resisted, the more this thought tormented him and kept surging up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. "Head Dao warrior, what's wrong?" Luo Henji observed his expression and vividly guessed that perhaps the head Dao warrior already knew something. Luo Tongtian smashed one of the stone blocks with a heavy punch. Instantly, that stone block had turned into a pile of powder and shattered into pieces. Luo Tongtian gritted his teeth and spat out these 3 words with extreme unwillingness. He spoke each word with a pause as if he wanted to chew these 3 words into pieces. "Qin Wushuang." As soon as he spoke these 3 words, everyone was dumbstruck. They looked at Luo Tongtian with an expression of disbelief. Apparently, they could not believe that Qin Wushuang had done all of this. Recommended Medicine Fair Lady, book number 1750173. She had transmigrated to become the eldest daughter of the royal merchant. However, her father did not love her and her mother did not love her. She had to repay him with her body after saving his life. Why don't you send something expensive and light as a token of appreciation? If you don't like it, you can just grab your dowry box and run away first. Chapter 555. When the words Qin Wushuang came out from Luo Tongtian's mouth, he had mixed feelings. Even if he forced himself to control his emotions, this series of unforeseen events had turned the name Qin Wushuang into a terrifying curse. Even Luo Tongtian, the patriarch of a sect, could not remain calm and collected due to the hatred that grew with each passing day. Head Dao warrior, that Qin Wushuang. Apparently, Tian Mingshan found it difficult to accept this reality. Luo Henji was also not without doubts as he asked, "Head Dao warrior, that Qin Wushuang had nowhere to hide under the pursuit of the sect. How could he have the guts to come to the Divine Brilliance Prefecture?" Everyone more or less had the same doubts. If a young man from the human countries had caused the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to be in such a sorry state, it would appear unbelievable. This was simply an attempt to subvert their understanding. In their eyes, the human countries were a place of exile and would not enter their eyes. Now, Luo Tongtian could not speak of his bitterness. He had started to sort out the situation at the Danxia prefecture. The crux of the matter lay with Lu Xianlu. Luo Yi, who had been called out, could not help but feel his heart twitch. He carefully walked out from the crowd and called out, "Head Dao warrior." At the capital city of the Danxia prefecture, what did Lu Xianlu give to that young man? Luo Yi said with a long face, "Head Dao warrior, at that time, Lu Xianlu's aura was too strong and I did not dare to get close. I could not go in to see what they were doing. However, I heard Lu Xianlu berating that guy. It seemed that guy had asked Lu Xianlu to craft some spiritual talisman and did not have the money to pay." Luo Tongtian's expression turned abnormally ugly. Lu Xianlu. I didn't expect that you would cause trouble for me before your death. Luo Tongtian was not Luo Yi. He and Lu Xianlu were lifelong enemies. He knew Lu Xianlu's situation clearly. For sure, Lu Xianlu had berated that young man to deceive others. Luo Yi opened his mouth and did not dare to say anything as he quietly retreated. That young man must be Lu Xianlu. Lu Xianlu had been my enemy for my entire life. Only he would know all these secrets of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Only he could have guided that kid to the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Perhaps, Lu Xianlu had given him many good things and allowed that kid to have enough confidence to come to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Head Dao warrior, does this mean that the person who killed Luo Zhon and the other 3 elders in Chaoyang Town is Qin Wushuang and the others? Chaoyang Town is their breakthrough point. Luo Tongtian finally sorted out his thoughts and continued, after breaking through Chaoyang Town, they will definitely head straight for the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. I only hate that we all thought he would rush to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan to seek refuge. However, he had underestimated this kid's courage. I didn't expect him to have the guts to barge into the Divine Brilliance manor. In this case, finding landlords were Yuting, using his name to enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain and the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard was all planned by this kid. This is too terrifying. Is this Qin Wushuang really a monster? Head Dao warrior, most likely. The entire Xian Yuan mound is laughing at us, right? A kid in his early 20s from the human countries had caused our heavenly Luo Daoist sect to be in such a sorry state. A surge of murderous intent shot out from Luo Tongtian's eyes. Up to this point, we have no way to turn back. Do you think we can let this matter go? Killing Luo Ting, destroying the mountain gate, any of these grudges were extraordinary shame and humiliation. Especially after the mountain gate had been destroyed, if the heavenly Luo Daoist sect still did not care, then they would not need to stay in the Xian Yuan mound. However, Luo Henji said, everyone, I still have one question. I do not underestimate that Zhuo Yuting. However, Elder Luo Yang is a person with a strong personality and a desire to win. Even if he was defeated by Qin Wushuang and got ambushed by Qin Wushuang, he should not have betrayed the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Why is it that from Landlord Zhuo to Elder Luo Yang, everyone seems to be working for that kid wholeheartedly? Luo Tongtian said with a cold sneer, Lu Xianlu is full of tricks. For sure, he must have invented some kind of poison to confuse the mind. Or else, how could Luo Yang be instigated by a foreign kid? I am afraid that's the case. Luo Henji gave a long sigh. Everyone fixed their gaze on Luo Tongtian. Now, they had sorted out all the clues and were close to the truth. The most crucial part was what to do next. After all, people like Shakyamuni Jin Shu who advocated for peace were in the minority. Additionally, since the matter had developed to this extent, Shakyamuni Jin Shu also felt that it would be impossible to make peace with Qin Wushuang. After all, the 10,000 years of foundation of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had almost been destroyed overnight. If they were to rebuild it, they did not know when they would be able to return to their former glory. Everyone, you also heard Jin Shu's words a moment ago. To prevent you from saying that I did not listen to your advice, now, I will give you a chance to speak your mind. Say everything you want to say in your heart. As for the future of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, each of you are qualified and obligated to give advice. It was rare for Luo Tongtian to speak such magnanimous words. He controlled all his emotions and spoke with a gentle tone. Everyone hesitated. Clearly, they did not understand the intentions of head Dao warrior Luo Tongtian. They did not know if he was being sarcastic. Luo Henji said with a bitter smile, Head Dao warrior, I think you should be the one to make the decision. My decision does not conflict with your suggestions. Second, why don't you go first? Luo Henji held a superior position in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He was one of the few people who could sit on equal footing with Luo Tongtian in most situations. Immediately, he nodded, then I will say a few words. Since the matter has reached this stage, I do not wish to speak any discouraging words, nor do I wish to speak any courteous words. I only want to say that although this disaster is disastrous, there is the so-called saying of fortune within misfortune. It's not like there are no opportunities to profit from misfortune. Immediately, these words attracted everyone's attention. Profit from misfortune? Luo Tongtian also forced a smile. Second, where is the opportunity? Tell us. Head Dao warrior, look. The lifeline of the heavenly Sun Mountain has been completely destroyed. I don't know how long it will take to rebuild it. Those collapsed mountain ranges will not be able to stand up again. And since the spiritual ley lines have been destroyed, it's still unknown how much value it would be to rebuild this place. Second, could it be that you think we should abandon this foundation? Luo Henji said with a smile, if there is a good choice, why not? A fervent light flashed across Luo Tongtian's eyes. Suddenly, he remembered something. You are talking about the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Yes, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Luo Henji said sternly, if the head Dao warrior can enter the Supreme Dao stage, we might be qualified to challenge that Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Now, in the Xian Yuan Mound, the strength between the second-tier powerhouses is about the same. Although we've lost a lot of core disciples and a portion of our elders this time, we've lost a lot of core disciples. However, the number of our elite warriors did not decrease. Currently, the second-tier powerhouses do not have any elite warriors of the Supreme Dao. If the head Dao warrior can enter the ranks of the Supreme Dao elite warriors, we will immediately become a first-tier powerhouse. In the Xian Yuan Mound, there are only 12 first-tier powerhouses. Besides the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, there are only 4 more. Luo Henji listed all the powerhouses of the Xian Yuan Mound in detail as if he was familiar with his family's treasures. He continued to speak, if the head Dao warrior can enter the ranks of the Supreme Dao elite warriors, then we will be the 13th first-tier powerhouse of the Xian Yuan Mound. If the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect can contribute enough power during the attack against the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa will surely support the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect to move into the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. We will replace the position of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. The core of the problem had been pointed out. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. In fact, even without the factor of Qin Wushuang, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had been scheming for this matter. They wanted to replace the position of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If they could enter the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, what could they not let go of with the foundation of the Heavenly Sun Mountain? Luo Tongtian's blood boiled from Luo Henji's words. He muttered to himself irresolutely, it seems as Second said, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is only a fortuitous opportunity. A blessing in disguise. Everyone, compared to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Heavenly Sun Mountain, I don't need to explain how we should choose, right? If they could enter the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, what else could they say? The Heavenly Emperor 8 gates were the absolute core of the Xian Yuan Mound. Without a doubt, they were the top existences. Head Dao warrior, if we can enter the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I believe that the ancestors of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would feel greatly gratified. They would never blame us for destroying the foundation of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Yes, this is a good opportunity to atone for our sins. Head Dao warrior, in our current situation, it's meaningless to rebuild the Heavenly Sun Mountain. It's also impossible to accomplish. Let's take the risk. It's the so-called seeking riches and honor in the midst of danger. A trace of a joyful smile spilled from the corner of Luo Tongtian's mouth. It was apparent that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was attractive enough to everyone. For this great ambition, even if everyone were to risk their lives, no one would shrink back. If they could truly enter the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, what sin would it be if they lost the foundation of their ancestors? It could only be said that people wanted to walk to higher places. However, Luo Henji remained calm as he said, Head Dao warrior, entering the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is only one of our goals. The foundation of the Heavenly Sun Mountain must not be abandoned. Regardless, even if the Heavenly Sun Mountain was destroyed, it is still our territory. It will allow us to have a stronghold to advance and retreat. We must rebuild the Heavenly Sun Mountain. This way, we can have a path to advance and retreat. Luo Tongtian deeply agreed. Second's words make sense. The key to rebuilding the Heavenly Sun Mountain lies in the subduing Devil Stone Tablet. Everyone, get ready, we will go to the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley to see what's going on. Jin Shu, Chong Guang, you two will continue to search inside the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Regardless, You must capture Luo Yang and bring him to justice. Shakyamuni Jin Shu felt as if a giant stone had been put down from his heart. Hearing the tone of the head Dao warrior, he should not pursue the crime of his previous advice. For now, he would not need to worry about his personal safety. However, when he saw Luo Tongtian's high-spirited appearance, Shakyamuni Jin Shu still felt incredibly uneasy. Regarding entering the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, even if everyone was full of hope, he still felt that this matter would not be as easy as everyone had imagined. Especially when becoming enemies with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, he always felt that it was not a wise choice. Regardless, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Regardless of how the former Heavenly Emperor clan had fallen, how could they be offended by a second-rate powerhouse like them? However, he could not dampen their spirits at this moment. He also knew that his words would not receive everyone's approval. He could only carry out the tasks assigned to him silently. Haha, everyone is so supportive. We almost reached 600 votes. I had some matters to attend to this afternoon and felt that it was too late to start work. I didn't expect to reach 600 chapters. Please rest assured, even if I stay up until midnight tonight, I will deliver 6 chapters as promise. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 556. While the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was busy, Qin Wushuang had already spent 7 days and 7 nights in the depths of the ley lines. In these 7 days and 7 nights, Qin Wushuang did not calculate the time. He did not even know how much time had passed. He was completely immersed in this state of cultivation. In this training state, there was some pressure and some enjoyment. However, the most important thing was the harvest. In these 7 days and 7 nights, Qin Wushuang had gained the equivalent of a year of hard work. Such a training environment deep in the source of the spiritual qi could not be found even if one held a lantern. While he was immersed in it, vividly, Qin Wushuang seemed to have sensed a trace of movement. This had awakened his spiritual perception from his training. He listened carefully and sensed it. He was not in a rush to spread out his spiritual perception. It was because he was worried that if he spread out his spiritual perception, it would trigger the perception from the outside and expose his body. As he listened carefully, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel nervous. Indeed, it was people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Although Qin Wushuang was still deep in the ley lines, the sound from the outside had rolled in clearly following the movements of the spiritual qi. Qin Wushuang did not know that because the spiritual qi from this source of spiritual qi had rolled in the form of a whirlpool, he did not have to worry about the movements from the inside spreading to the surface. However, the sounds from the surface of the earth were transmitted here without the slightest bit of noise. Qin Wushuang listened attentively. He knew that this was not a child's play, even though his strength had increased a lot. At this moment, before an elite warrior of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, he did not have the capital to be arrogant. Thus, to him, it was extremely important to protect his whereabouts from being exposed. What a sin, what a sin! Luo Tongtian lamented bitterly. As he looked at the messy ruins before him, Luo Tongtian could not believe that this was the forbidden area of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. The subduing Devil Stone tablet had already broken into 4 pieces and was wrapped together with the ruins of the collapsed mountain range. From afar, it appeared to be a giant grave. Head Dao warrior, this subduing Devil Stone tablet was truly destroyed by an external force. Luo Henji felt extremely shocked. Looking at the damaged state of the subduing Devil Stone tablet, it was not done by ordinary power. Head Dao warrior, that human kid, is truly this powerful? Tian Mingshan found it inconceivable and could not help but ask, if he had such power, he would not have needed to attack the subduing Devil Stone tablet. The implication was clear. Even the 4 Dao masters would find it difficult to resist the power of the divine path. In fact, the other Dao masters were also puzzled by this question. Indeed, as Tian Mingshan had said, with such offensive power, why bother to destroy the subduing Devil Stone tablet? He could have just killed the 4 Dao masters. Is he? Kill is? But, there are no buts. Luo Tongtian said with a determined tone, there is only one reason. That old bastard Lu Xianlu had given him a fortuitous opportunity that allowed him to use the power of the divine Dao in a short period of time. And for sure, this fortuitous opportunity is a one-time thing. It cannot be replicated. Or else, he could have waited for us here after destroying the subduing devil stone tablet. Luo Tongtian was the clearest about Lu Xianlu's matter. Hearing his explanation, everyone felt relieved. Inwardly, they did not feel good. A kid from the human countries had caused the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to this extent. Indeed, the sect had lost all face. Especially after seeing this subduing devil stone tablet, it made them feel even more defeated. Head Dao warrior, can this stone tablet be erected again? Luo Tongtian looked at the stone tablet that had broken into 4 pieces with a bitter smile. If I had the power of the divine Dao, perhaps I could do it. Just like what the first Dao warrior had done, I could reconnect this stone tablet with the spiritual chi of the ley lines. With my current power, even if I could erect this stone tablet, I would not be able to restore the spiritual chi formation inside. If I could erect this stone tablet, all the destroyed mechanisms would restore the spiritual chi supply. It would not be difficult to rebuild it. Now, the most crucial problem is this stone tablet. When Luo Tongtian said here, he jumped up and dropped on the broken section of the stone tablet. When he probed with his spiritual perception, he realized that his spiritual perception had reached a certain depth and could not go any further. After a few attempts, he realized that as soon as he sent his spiritual perception and spiritual chi in, he would be swept away by a wave of spiritual chi like a whirlpool. Like a stone sinking into the sea, there was no response. When he saw Luo Tongtian frowning, Luo Henji also scuttled over and sent his spiritual perception in. The result was the same as before, there was no response. Head Dao warrior, this giant circle should be the source of the spiritual chi, right? When he sensed the powerful movements of the spiritual chi, Luo Henji was also shocked inwardly. Luo Tongtian said in a low voice, it's here. Third, next, you will guard this place. You must protect the scene and not let anyone come close. Tian Mingshan answered, okay. Luo Tongtian gave a long sigh, everyone, don't be discouraged. One day, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect will regain its glory, or even become more glorious than before. We will not give up on the heavenly Sun Mountain, nor the heavenly Emperor Mountain. While they were talking, suddenly, there was a burst of noise from behind them. It was Shakyamuni Chongguang who had arrived with a group of people. Head Dao warrior, we caught 2 of Luo Yang's subordinates. According to the disciples guarding the pass, these 2 are 2 of the 5 subordinates that Luo Yang had brought with him. Luo Tongtian was overjoyed. Bring them up. These 2 were the guys that had entered the 9 refined mysterious wind valley with Qin Wushuang. These 2 guys were ordered by Qin Wushuang to guard the entrance of the valley. After the incident, they did not escape and hid inside the heavenly Sun Mountain. In the end, they were caught. Luo Tongtian looked at these 2 with a gloomy gaze. His expression was so ferocious as if he wanted to kill someone. This is not your fault. As long as you speak the truth, I can spare your lives. Speaking such words that went against his conscience, Luo Tongtian had indeed concealed it with great difficulty. Those 2 disciples looked at Luo Tongtian with an indifferent expression. Their eyes were empty as if there was not a trace of spirit. Suddenly, these 2 opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of phlegm directly at Luo Tongtian. Luo Tongtian never expected that these 2 would dare to offend their superiors. Under extreme anger, purple air erupted from his entire body as murderous intentions emerged. Luo Henji immediately advised, Head Dao warrior, perhaps they are being controlled. Yes, from the looks of it, someone must be controlling their mind. Deep inside the ley lines, Qin Wushuang had grasped the situation outside clearly. Inwardly, he was slightly worried. However, up to this point, since Luo Tongtian already knew that it was him, Qin Wushuang, these 2 would not be able to sell any information. Luo Tongtian gave an eerie laugh. You think I have no other way if you don't speak? After he had finished speaking, He glared and shot out a wave of purple light from his forehead. The light split into two and penetrated the middle of these two's foreheads. This was a divine skill similar to the soul-scouring technique. However, it was far more tyrannical than the soul-scouring technique. As soon as it entered the spiritual perception of these two, Luo Tongtian instantly searched through their recent consciousness. He kept digging forward until Landlord Zwe of the Sea of Bamboo courtyard came to visit. A trace of a strange smile emerged from the corner of Luo Tongtian's mouth as he withdrew his divine skill. With a miserable cry, those two had already been turned into ashes by Luo Tongtian. To traitors, regardless of whether they were active or passive, as long as they had betrayed the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, they were traitors. Luo Tongtian would never show mercy. Head Dao warrior, how is it? Luo Tongtian said coldly. Indeed, something had happened to that Landlord Zwe. And indeed, Luo Yang was being controlled. Only, as to who was controlling them, these two traitors did not leave any traces in their spiritual perception. However, when I was searching their spiritual perception, vividly, it seemed that a wave of hidden spiritual perception was controlling them. It seemed to be guiding their spiritual perception at the same time. Guiding them at the same time? Luo Hengji's expression changed as he looked around with alertness. The ground was filled with ruins. How could there be any signs of movement? Head Dao warrior, you mean, when you were searching their spiritual perception, someone was controlling their spiritual perception? Yes. Luo Tongtian said in a low voice. Did this person know that we were searching their spiritual perception, or was it a coincidence that he was communicating with them? Head Dao warrior, these two were only two little chess pieces. After using them, they were useless. If I were the other party, certainly I would not communicate with them. When Luo Hengji said here, his expression became even more solemn. He started to look around suspiciously. Suddenly, he placed one hand next to his lips and whistled a few times. This whistling sound was extremely strange. In a moment, a long cry came from afar. This long cry sounded as if it was swallowing the wind and clouds. In a moment, a giant eagle with a small figure, but with a majestic appearance and silver feathers spread its wings and dived down. The heavenly punishing hawk? Luo Tongtian asked. Luo Hengji nodded. Head Dao warrior, I had begged the heavenly punishing villa for a long time to borrow this heavenly punishing hawk. Unfortunately, I came back too late. As he spoke, Luo Hengji whispered a few words to the heavenly punishing hawk in beast language. The heavenly punishing hawk had an arrogant attitude. When it saw Luo Tongtian, it only nodded casually. Inwardly, Luo Tongtian was overjoyed. Initially, he had decided to borrow this heavenly punishing hawk from the heavenly punishing villa out of anger after the death of Luo Zhon. He had borrowed it to capture Qin Wushuang. Now, hearing Luo Hengji say that this was the heavenly punishing hawk, of course, he was overjoyed. For your information, although this heavenly punishing hawk was not a spiritual beast of the Supreme Tao, it possessed the bloodline of an ancient spiritual beast. It was enough to make the heavenly Luo Daoist sect feel deep veneration for it. Most importantly, this heavenly punishing hawk possessed an unparalleled tracking ability. Such ability had almost reached the point of defying the natural order. Luo Hengji had called for the heavenly punishing hawk because he had heard a trace of mystery from the words of the head Dao warrior. He felt that perhaps this enemy was hiding nearby. They could not sense it for the time being. However, Luo Hengji trusted the ability of the heavenly punishing hawk greatly. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 557. Luo Hengji was also quite knowledgeable about the beast language. His muttering was to instruct the heavenly punishing hawk to search carefully and explain all the details. The heavenly punishing hawk only responded to Luo Hengji with a snort. This was a kind of arrogant attitude, but Luo Hengji did not dare to be disrespectful. Even if it was just a flat-feathered bird, he still did not dare to offend it. After all, this was the treasure that the heavenly punishing villa borrowed to guard the mountain. Not to mention that the heavenly punishing hawk's strength was not inferior to theirs, just the name of the heavenly punishing villa alone was enough for them to be courteous. There were very few people who understood the beast language. Even if they did not know much. Thus, they did not know what Luo Henji was talking about. However, from Luo Henji's expression, they could guess a little. They were all very vigilant as they looked around, as if they were afraid that Qin Wushuang would suddenly jump out from the dark. They did not understand, but Qin Wushuang heard it clearly. His understanding of the beast language was even more than Luo Henji's. Hearing this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This heavenly punishing hawk is the treasure of the heavenly punishing villa? From Luo Henji's tone, it should be a super expert in tracking. Thinking about this, Qin Wushuang became even more cautious. He sealed all of his aura and did not reveal any clues. He only pricked up his ears to listen to every movement outside. He had already decided that once the other party discovered him and began to break through the ground, he would immediately take the sky pilfering pill and break through to the profound void martial stage. Only then could he summon a spirit beast of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. After the heavenly punishing hawk finished listening to Luo Henji's instructions, it began to circle around the stone tablet within a few 100 feet radius. At first, its speed was not fast, but as it circled around, its speed became faster and faster. In the end, it was like a whirlwind, spinning around at high speed. Suddenly, the heavenly punishing hawk's body stopped and expanded the search area. Expanding the scope of the search would naturally take a lot more time. The heavenly punishing hawk sometimes walked on the ground, sometimes flew up to the sky, and sometimes flew to the middle of the stone tablet. After a while, the heavenly punishing hawk's mood seemed to become anxious. Obviously, it had also encountered some unknown things. This kind of anxious mood made it seem very irritable. In the eyes of Luo Tongtian and the rest, this situation made them somewhat uncertain. He wondered what the heavenly punishing hawk had encountered. Everyone looked at Luo Henji with their eyes. Obviously, they wanted him to ask for advice. Luo Henji braced himself and asked in beast language, "Shen Ying, what happened?" The heavenly punishing hawk said in beast language, "Before you, there were 3 auras that stayed here for a long time. There are a few other presences that only stayed for a short while. However, their presence is similar to yours. They should be scouting disciples of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Luo Henji hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, we once sent people to investigate." The heavenly punishing hawk continued, "Of the 3 auras, one is very obvious. The other 2 auras didn't stay for very long, and they all left in the same direction. As for the remaining aura, I couldn't find the path he took to leave. I'm sure that the owner of one of the auras hasn't left yet, but I searched everywhere, but I couldn't sense where this person was hiding." Luo Henji's expression was solemn as he translated the beast language for everyone. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Luo Tongtian, head Dao warrior. This second, ask him, can he be sure whether the owner of that aura is dead or alive? Perhaps that Qin Wushuang was directly swallowed by the power of this place when he destroyed the subduing devil stone tablet. Luo Henji followed Luo Tongtian's instructions and asked again. The heavenly punishing hawk denied flatly, "It's impossible for it to be a dead person. If it's a dead person, the aura would have disappeared quickly. This aura has a vigorous life force, and it was active a moment ago. There are signs of spiritual perception movements." Luo Henji's expression changed drastically as he quickly translated. Instantly, Luo Tongtian's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Seal off the scene immediately." Tian Mingshan and Zhuo Lungshuang immediately led people to surround the surrounding dozens of miles and set up an inescapable net. Deep inside the ley lines, Qin Wushuang also groaned inwardly when he heard the words of this heavenly punishing hawk, such a powerful feathered beast. Head Dao warrior, it seems that the spiritual perception movement you sensed a moment ago was not a coincidence. It truly exists. That guy is really nearby. Luo Henji turned his head and said to the heavenly punishing hawk, "Divine hawk, search again. Since this guy's aura is still here, with your strength, you can definitely find him." The heavenly punishing hawk snorted and said coldly, "No need to search, I know where he is." Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this heavenly punishing hawk had already found him? Without even thinking about it, he grabbed the sky pilfering pill and swallowed it. After swallowing it, Qin Wushuang did not dare to refine it. Because at this moment, as long as he slightly used his spiritual power, the heavenly punishing hawk might be able to lock onto him. Therefore, until the last moment, he decided not to refine the sky pilfering pill, nor did he forcefully pursue the void interpretation stage. This was because he felt that in the depths of the earth vein where the spiritual energy was dense, he could better consolidate his void transformation stage and lay down an even more solid foundation. He wanted to reach the profound void realm as soon as he refined the sky pilfering pill. Otherwise, the side effects of forcefully leveling up would definitely catch him unprepared. Therefore, he decided to wait a little longer. As long as he was given 1 more month, he felt that it would be enough to consolidate his transformation void realm to the extreme and naturally advance to the profound void realm. However, in a month's time, Qin Wushuang was not optimistic at all. With the current situation, he felt that he would not be able to hold on for a month. Perhaps, even a day would be difficult. However, in the current situation, he could not act rashly. He was worried that if he slightly used his spiritual power, it would alert the heavenly punishing hawk and lock onto his position. Now, by making the heavenly punishing hawk suspicious, he could at least delay some time. Hearing the heavenly punishing hawk's words, Luo Henji was both surprised and happy. He hurriedly asked what was going on. The heavenly punishing hawk pointed below the subduing devil stone tablet, right below. Luo Henji was shocked. Below? Yes, below. The heavenly punishing hawk was very certain, but I am unable to lock onto his exact position. However, I am certain that he is definitely underground. Luo Henji was anxious and asked, if he is underground, then the range is wide. And the heavenly punishing hawk could move at any time. Luo Henji also thought himself clever. Initially, he wanted to communicate with his spiritual perception. However, considering that he was speaking the beast language, the other party would not understand. Thus, he did not use his spiritual perception. He turned to Luo Tongtian and used his spiritual perception to communicate with them. When Luo Tongtian heard these words, he felt it was outrageous. He also sent his spiritual perception. Second, are the words of this heavenly punishing hawk reliable? It's not like you don't know this place, it is the source of spiritual qi for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It is the place with the strongest defenses. One cannot even fly here, not to mention traveling underground. Head Dao warrior, the heavenly punishing hawk is the authority in this area. Luo Tongtian nodded. Okay, then I will try and see if I can break through the surface. He made a hand gesture and everyone retreated far away to give Luo Tongtian some space. Luo Tongtian grabbed with his hand and a giant broadsword appeared in his hand. Suddenly, his body congealed into a ball of dazzling light and merged with that giant broadsword. Clang! A clear and powerful sound pierced through the sky. The ear-piercing vibration merged with a wave of cold light and slashed onto the ruins. Boom! The violent collision instantly shattered the ball of light congealed by Luo Tongtian's body. Following this rebounding power, Luo Tongtian's body also rolled a dozen times in the air. He felt the blood in his entire body roiling. It was indescribably uncomfortable and he almost vomited. Too powerful. These were the only words in Luo Tongtian's head. In the air, he shook his head with a bitter smile and put away the broadsword. When he dropped to the ground, he finally stabilized his roiling blood. Head Dao warrior, this. Luo Henji and the others also surrounded him and looked at the ruins with a dazed expression. They could not believe that these ruins were this sturdy. A moment ago, the attack from the head Dao warrior had carried a domineering aura that could swallow the heavens and earth. The ferocious temperament had made them unable to breathe despite being so far away. Unexpectedly, under such a powerful attack, it only stirred up countless stone fragments and a rain of lime. It did not break through the surface. Luo Tongtian said with a bitter smile, "It's useless. Without the power of the Supreme Tao, it's impossible to break through the surface." However, it seems that the source of the spiritual qi was not damaged. Or else, the surface would not be this sturdy. This way, this place can be repaired? Luo Henji asked. We must wait until another elite warrior of the Supreme Tao appears in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Tongtian frowned and looked at the ruins with a dazed expression. He mumbled to himself, since the surface is this sturdy, then how did Qin Wushuang enter the underground? It's impossible for him to travel to the depths of the ley lines from other places. The surface is already this sturdy, the deeper he goes, the sturdier it becomes. It's impossible to approach from underground. Luo Tongtian could not solve this puzzle. Luo Henji said with a bitter smile, could it be that he got swept down when he was breaking the subduing devil stone tablet? A moment ago, I used my spiritual perception and spiritual chi to investigate and felt a powerful whirlpool. Perhaps, he got swept down by that whirlpool, it's not certain. If he got swept down, how could this kid still be alive after all these days? Luo Tongtian still could not understand after much thought. There were always unexplainable mysteries surrounding this Qin Wushuang. From beginning to end, this kid from the human countries seemed to be filled with mystery and unimaginable mysteries. Suddenly, the heavenly punishing hawk said with a cold sneer, it's useless for you guys to daydream here. To find this person, you must borrow a divine weapon. Only a divine weapon can break through the surface. Divine weapon? Luo Tongtian and Luo Henji exchanged a glance as their hearts thumped. Pushing 2 fat books, the kind with a lot of words. The Rebirth of the Sword God Book number 1706101. The Soul Swordland had lost the Sword God Wutian, but gained another exceptional elite warrior, Hai Tian. Azure Badge's newest and most stable book is 1452838. If you want to know what's to come, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 558. Initially, Qin Wushuang was rejoicing inwardly. Indeed, as Bao Bao had said, this surface was extremely sturdy. Only, Qin Wushuang did not expect that even though Bao Bao and the others could not destroy it, Luo Tongtian, an elite warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary, could not destroy it. It seemed that to get out, he could only sacrifice another Supreme Tao 5 elemental talisman. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang became much calmer. Without a divine weapon, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not open the surface. Did the sect have a divine weapon? Qin Wushuang did not believe it at all. Luo Tongtian and Luo Henji exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not have a supreme Tao weapon. Could it be they had to borrow it again? Both of them looked at the heavenly punishing hawk. The heavenly punishing hawk laughed. Don't look at me, I don't have any divine weapon. But your sect should have one, right? Luo Henji did not sound confident when he said these words. That's a matter for the sect, you are not expecting me to ask, right? Ha ha. The heavenly punishing hawk looked at Luo Tongtian and the others with a mocking look. Clearly, this was impossible. Head Tao warrior. Luo Henji sent his voice. This place is the spiritual chi source of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Even if we borrowed a divine weapon, you and I would not have the courage to destroy it. In case we damaged the spiritual source, it would be the same as cutting off our own path of retreat. You and I would become the sinners of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Tongtian gave a long sigh. Second, I also think the same. However, have you thought about how that kid did not die after getting swept into the ley lines? At this moment, he was probably cultivating with relish inside. It's not a good idea for us to keep dragging it out. Don't forget, he has a bow and arrow that was rumored to be a supreme Tao weapon. Since you have the power to destroy the subduing devil stone tablet, most likely, he has the power to escape. This was a situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. If they did not do anything and just waited here, it would not be a solution. It seemed that they would not be able to exhaust that kid to death. They would take the initiative to attack and borrow the divine weapon to break the surface to kill this kid. After all, this was the foundation of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Once the earth veins were destroyed, It was equivalent to losing the last of their capital. In the case that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not acquire a seat at the heavenly Emperor Mountain, it would be equivalent to losing their base. They would inevitably fall into the tragic situation of being homeless and destitute. At this moment, the heavenly punishing hawk's eyes suddenly turned and shot out a cold light, as if it wanted to see through the ruins. "He's down there, I can feel it." The heavenly punishing eagle suddenly screeched and flapped its wings excitedly. "It's here. Go down, about 1,000 feet. Hundreds of meters." Luo Tongtian and Luo Henji were both dumbfounded. With such thickness, such density, and such sturdiness, it could only be broken by the power of the divine Tao. It turned out that after Qin Wushuang discovered that the other party was unable to break through the surface, he was relieved and continued his cultivation journey. He did not have the time to waste with Luo Tongtian and the rest. He had to make the best use of his time. Luo Tongtian was flustered and exasperated. Despite knowing that the enemy was within 1,000 feet of him, he could not do anything to him. Indeed, this sense of defeat made him feel incomparably furious. He roared, "Qin Wushuang, I know you are down there. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you charge in. Since you have destroyed my mountain gate, I will dig a grave for you." Hearing Luo Tongtian's meaningless curses, Qin Wushuang did not pay any attention to him. In fact, Qin Wushuang was rather happy to make a grandmaster so flustered and exasperated. The more Luo Tongtian lost his self-control, the happier he felt. "Kid with the surname Qin, did that old bastard Lu Xianlu teach you this vicious move? You will hide down there for the rest of your life. I would like to see how long you can last." The heavenly punishing hawk laughed mockingly. "Head Dao warrior Luo, you are not planning to drown him with your saliva, right? Regardless of how much you curse, he will not care about you." Inwardly, Luo Tongtian was furious. Yet, it was inappropriate for him to vent his anger. He only scolded, "Qin, at such a young age, you are so vicious. You destroyed my mountain gate. This is a shady business that deserves to be struck by lightning. Remember, this is your retribution." When Qin Wushuang heard up to this point, a wave of anger rushed to his head as he said coldly, "Luo Tongtian, after all, you are a grandmaster figure. What's the point of jumping and spitting here? Only you are allowed to chase after me and destroy my sect, but I am not allowed to destroy your mountain gate." Stunned, Luo Tongtian said angrily, "That mediocre sect of your human countries is worthy to be compared to my heavenly Luo Daoist sect. That's right, not only will I destroy your sect, I will also kill all your secular family members. Before I kill them, I will tell them that everything is because of you, Qin Wushuang." Luo Tongtian's tone was filled with madness. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, "Luo Tongtian, you have gone against the natural order. If the heavens do not punish you, I, Qin Wushuang, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. One day, the sword of ruling will chop off your dog head." Luo Tongtian laughed. "Kid, you don't even think before you speak big words. You think that you can fight against me, Luo Tongtian, just because that old bastard Lu Xianlu gave you some treasures? If those things could fight against me, why would Lu Xianlu entrust them to you? I am not afraid to tell you that I have already killed Lu Xianlu. His head is hanging on the city gate of the Danxia prefecture. This is the consequence of opposing me, Luo Tongtian." Qin Wushuang took a deep breath and only gave a cold sneer. He no longer bickered with Luo Tongtian. He knew that Luo Tongtian was deliberately disturbing him. When Luo Tongtian saw that Qin Wushuang was ignoring him, he kept finding topics to provoke Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang turned a deaf ear to him and showed a stubborn expression. After Luo Tongtian had hooted for a long time, he finally spoke with an indifferent tone. It made Luo Tongtian so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Kid of the Qin family, if you have the skills to destroy my subduing devil stone tablet, then come out. Is it fun to hide inside like a coward? You are not coming out. Then let's wait and see if you will suffocate to death first, or we will die first." At this time, the heavenly punishing hawk poured a basin of cold water. "Head Dao warrior Luo, to tell you the truth, even if you stay under the ley lines for 3 or 5 years, you will not suffocate to death. Besides, from my investigation, there is abundant spiritual qi underneath. It's equivalent to a natural training ground. If you waste your time here, besides helping him, there will be no result. After a few dozen years, if he were to train to the supreme Tao stage and break through the earth, your heavenly Luo Daoist sect would be finished. These words were not frightening words to scare people. Although a few dozen years sounded like a lot, in the martial arts world, a few dozen years would pass in the blink of an eye. However, if this Qin Wushuang were to train to the supreme Tao stage, it would definitely be a disaster to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. These were not exaggerated words. With Qin Wushuang's usual methods and scheming mind, when he was only a rising star at the void martial stage, he had already caused the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to struggle to make ends meet. If this person possessed the power of the supreme Tao stage, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a disaster. When they thought here, a trace of coldness flashed across the eyes of Luo Tongtian and Luo Henji. When they thought of that possibility, they were filled with trepidation. With the current grudge between the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and Qin Wushuang, once this Qin Wushuang had attained the supreme Tao stage, the first thing he would do would be to exterminate the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. This grudge was a grudge that would not end until one of them was dead. There would be no possibility of reconciliation. Both of them exchanged another glance. Clearly, they had swept away their previous hesitation. They both had the same thought. They must still borrow this divine weapon. Regardless, they must not let Qin Wushuang have the opportunity to train to the supreme Tao stage. They must kill this kid in the cradle of his growth. Or else, there would be no end of trouble. It was because this kid was growing too fast and the methods he had displayed were too devilish. Second, you still have to make a trip. Luo Tongtian sent his spiritual perception. Inwardly, Luo Henji also smiled bitterly. He was truly unwilling to go. It was because this task was not for a human to do. During the time he had been visiting the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he had been receiving cold treatment from both the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. Other people had also been lukewarm to his suggestions. They did not show much enthusiasm. To a person with an illustrious position at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, an ordinary person would not be able to endure the feeling of being bullied at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Most importantly, it would have been fine to suffer some grievances. There were some matters that could not be done. For example, when they invited elite warriors of the Supreme Tao, they would not even pay attention to them. Second, I know that this task is not easy to do. However, besides you, both of them are not suited for this task. You also know. Luo Tongtian had no other way. In terms of diplomatic skills, Tian Mingshan and Zhuo Lungshuang were incomparable to Luo Henji. Even Luo Tongtian knew that he was not as good as second Luo Henji in this aspect. Luo Henji said with a bitter smile, "Head Dao warrior, last time I went, I said everything I needed to say. I almost knelt down and begged them. However, they did not listen to anything. They were not even willing to send elite warriors of the Supreme Tao, not to mention lending us the divine weapon. I feel that they will not lend it to us. Second, regardless, you must go." However, Luo Henji said, "Head Dao warrior, the power of the Supreme Tao does not necessarily have to rely on the divine weapon. If you can break into the Supreme Tao stage, you can also break through this surface. You can even enter the depths of the ley lines and kill the other party. Now, that Qin Wushuang can only go in, but not come out. He can only wait to be captured." Luo Tongtian gave a long sigh. "Second, do you think I don't want to break through? The Supreme Tao stage is completely different from the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. I have tried for many years and never succeeded. I cannot predict when I will break through. It is not a solution to keep waiting like this. There is a knot in my heart that prevents me from focusing on breaking into the Supreme Tao stage." This was the truth. Luo Tongtian was trapped by this knot in his heart and it had developed towards the direction of a heart devil. If he could not solve it, most likely it would become his life's door. "Head Dao warrior, then tell me, how should I tell them?" Luo Henji was truly helpless. "Indeed, I cannot think of any way to persuade them. You will find a way. Suddenly, Luo Tongtian's expression sank as he sent his spiritual perception to his ears. Second, last time you went, you only spoke good words. Of course, these people will not listen to you. This time, you will state the stakes to them. Just say that a monstrous figure has emerged from the branch of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Most likely, he will enter the ranks of the Supreme Tao stage in a few dozen years. When you tell them these words, I promise they will not take it seriously. Upon hearing these instructions, Luo Henji's eyes also lit up. This chapter is a bit late, there are still 2 more chapters. Even if I work until late at night, I will not slack off. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 559. To those 2 powerhouses that only wanted to deal with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the words from the head Tao warrior was definitely a major piece of news. They must pay attention to it. Perhaps, they could remain indifferent to the situation of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Perhaps, they could ignore any grudges outside of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. However, if an unexpected situation truly occurred that was enough to threaten their plans to deal with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the reaction of these 2 powerhouses would certainly be violent. Luo Henji revealed a joyful expression as he sent his spiritual perception to ask, "Then for my trip, should I borrow a divine weapon or invite an elite warrior of the divine level? If an elite warrior of the divine level is willing to come, that would be the best. We can borrow the hand of an elite warrior of the divine level to make Qin Wushuang die without a burial place. Believe me, if it is to deal with a disciple of the Qin clan that could threaten their plans, I believe they will be interested," Luo Tongtian said with confidence. He was extremely satisfied with his plan to borrow a knife to kill someone. Luo Henji nodded and said to Luo Tongtian, "There is no time to lose, I will go now. Go quickly and come back quickly." Counting the distance, it would take at most 4 or 5 days. The most crucial part was the persuasion process. This process could be fast or slow and unpredictable. Although their words were persuasive, it was still unknown whether those 2 powerhouses would be moved. Luo Henji said, "Whether we can go quickly and come back quickly, the crucial part is their attitude. Try to do it in 10 days. Luo Tongtian set a target. Luo Henji said, "If they agree, perhaps it would not even take 10 days. If they still remain indifferent, then even 20 days might not be enough. In 10 days, if they do not agree, you will come back. It would be meaningless to keep waiting." Luo Tongtian knew the pros and cons of this matter. When Qin Wushuang heard no movements from above them, he was already somewhat alert. He knew that they must be communicating with each other through spiritual perception. This Luo Tongtian suddenly became silent and stopped swearing. For sure, he must be plotting a way to deal with me. The words of that heavenly punishing hawk must have provoked them. That feathered beast is also talkative and deliberately said those words to provoke these idiots of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. This Luo Tongtian must have believed it and will definitely deal with me at all costs. Although Qin Wushuang was in the earth vein, his mind was still very sharp. After using his brain for a bit, he was able to guess the stakes involved. If I let them borrow a divine artifact, or even a divine level expert, then I'll be dead. Qin Wushuang pondered. No matter what, I can't let them succeed. At the very least, we must leave before they succeed. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang directly contacted Bao Bao and asked, "Bao Bao, where are you guys?" Seeing that Qin Wushuang had contacted him, Bao Bao said with joy, "Boss, we are already far away from the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. We are still some distance away from the floating snow house, yet we are close to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain." Qin Wushuang said, "Bao Bao, to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain." "To the Heavenly Emperor Mountain?" Bao Bao asked with confusion. Qin Wushuang said with a determined tone, "Yes, to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Regardless of who you find, the higher the seniority, the better. Regardless, we must stop people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect from borrowing a divine artifact from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, or even invite a divine-level elite warrior. From my estimation, most likely Luo Henji will still be the one going to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Qin Wushuang immediately explained the current situation. Bao Bao was smart and immediately understood the severity of the situation. Boss, this way, Luo Tongtian cannot break through that place. Without the power of the divine Tao, it's impossible to break it. Qin Wushuang said. Boss, since you have mastered the power of the divine Tao, you can break it directly. When Bao Bao said here, he immediately denied this statement. No, boss, you cannot act blindly without thinking. Even if you break through the surface, they will set up an inescapable net to deal with you. Even if you have the graceful spiritual bow and the divine Tao 5 elemental talisman, you cannot defend against their numbers. Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, with Luo Tongtian here, even if I can use the power of the divine Tao, I am afraid I cannot do anything to him. This was not Qin Wushuang being modest, nor was he belittling himself. It was the truth. The power of the divine Tao he had mastered did not come purely from his own body. Instead, he borrowed the power of external objects and could only unleash it in an instant. It could be used for a sneak attack. However, in a head-on battle, the other party would not collide with him directly. Once the other party evaded this wave of attacks, with Qin Wushuang's current strength, he would not have the capital to exchange moves with Luo Tongtian, who was at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Not to mention, this 9 refined mysterious wind valley had 10 layers of defense. Dozens of elite warriors at the perfect void martial stage and the profound void martial stage were all waiting for him. Therefore, unless it was the last resort, Qin Wushuang would never want to go out recklessly. It was because he did not have any information about elite warriors at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. He also did not know whether his purple cloud yin-yang wings could escape with his life. Ever since he had advanced to the transformation void martial stage, the purple cloud yin-yang wings had undergone another evolution. This evolution had allowed Qin Wushuang to clearly feel that he had been reborn. However, since he was trapped, he could not test flying. He had no idea what the evolved purple cloud yin-yang wings would be like. Everything was unknown. Because of this reason, Qin Wushuang did not dare to take the risk. At the transformation void martial stage, Qin Wushuang could still practice many divine skills. Initially at the Monkey King Mountain, that mysterious senior Yun Xuechen had taught him a secret technique, the cloud feathery technique. He could only start practicing this divine skill after entering the transformation void martial stage. Qin Wushuang had done some research and knew that if he combined this cloud feathery technique with the purple cloud yin-yang wings, the effect would be great. However, due to the fact that he had not reached the transformation void martial stage, he could not put this bold idea into practice. Now that he had entered the transformation void martial stage, he had no chance to practice it in the ley lines. Now, Qin Wushuang decided to study this cloud feathery technique. On the other hand, after Bao Bao received Qin Wushuang's request, he said to Lone, Senior Lone, it seems we must change our path. To the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Yes, if we don't go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Boss will be in great danger. That Luo Tongtian is also skilled. He knew that Boss was hiding under the ley lines. So monstrous. No wonder he is an elite warrior of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Lone still admired elite warriors, even if they were enemies. Humph, how could Luo Tongtian have this skill? It's a heavenly punishing hawk that Luo Henji borrowed from the heavenly punishing villa. It is extremely sharp and it was the one that sensed Boss's tracks. It exposed Boss's location. Heavenly punishing hawk? Lone snorted, such an arrogant name, heavenly punishing. With this name, are they not afraid of receiving divine punishment? Bao Bao said, Boss said that if the Sound of Thunder sect and the heavenly punishing villa believed the slanderous words of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, even if they did not send elite warriors, they would lend them a divine weapon to break the surface. Thus, we must ask for help from the heavenly Emperor Qin clan. It would be best if the people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not even enter the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Fortunately, their current location was not far from the heavenly Emperor Mountain. In less than half a day, they arrived at the border of the heavenly Emperor Mountain. From afar, The Heavenly Emperor Mountain was covered by a boundless golden light. As this golden light filled the sky, it looked like a boundless golden ocean. Among this boundless ocean, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain sat within it like a fairyland. Just the Heavenly Emperor Mountain alone was a few 100,000 miles away. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain was divided into 8 gates. They were located at 8 different positions to protect the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The successive Heavenly Emperors of the Shen Yuan Mound were all selected from the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. One could even say that the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates took turns to be the host. Of course, if one of the powerhouses was unprecedentedly powerful, the situation of taking turns would not exist. They would rule for a long time. For example, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had sat on the Heavenly Emperor seat for a long time. Because they had sat there for a long time, they had offended too many people and caused others to be jealous and envious. Plus, the style of the Qin clan was extremely upright and firm. They acted swiftly and decisively. In the end, they were pushed aside and gave up the Heavenly Emperor seat. As Bao Bao and Lone looked at that spectacular Heavenly Emperor Mountain, for a time, they became somewhat nervous. However, in the end, these two were not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Their nervous mood had passed in an instant. They found the path and trekked towards the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. When approaching the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they must be extremely careful. It was because it was easy to offend the bigwigs from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Bao Bao and Lone recognized the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. With great effort, they found the foot of the Qin mountain gate in the midst of the golden mist. The headquarter of the Qin clan was called the Aspiring Throne Peak. The Aspiring Throne Peak was also one of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Since ancient times, the Qin clan had controlled it. Therefore, since the historical records of the Shen Yuan Mound, the bloodline of the Qin clan had lived at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Indeed, they were a clan with a long history and an extremely old qualification. Although these two were unyielding, before this ancient and holy sect, they would not dare to act presumptuously. They walked carefully. When they arrived at the mountain gate, they realized they could no longer fly in the sky. They could only trek. Just when they were trekking up the mountain, a few figures shot out from the middle of the mountain and stopped them. "Who are you?" Dressed in uniform, the guardian disciples of the Qin clan stopped these two at the foot of the mountain. "We are disciples of the Qin clan's branch. We have come urgently to seek help from the headquarters. Big brothers, please hurry up and inform them." "Inform who?" "Whoever has the highest seniority, I will inform them." Bao Bao scratched his head. He did not know who was the most senior at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and could only say it this way. The expression of those guarding disciples changed slightly. "Friend, it's better not to make such jokes." Bao Bao became anxious. "I am not joking. My boss is in a life and death situation. I am not in the mood to joke with you guys. I beg you, hurry and inform them, it will be too late if you are late." When those disciples saw Bao Bao speaking the truth, they could not help but ask, "Who is your boss?" "Qin Wushuang. My boss is Qin Wushuang." "Have you never heard of him? He is the #1 person in the human countries, the rising star of the Shen Yuan Mound, Qin Wushuang." Qin Wushuang? Of course, they had heard of this name. However, it was only limited to this. At the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, not many people had deliberately discussed this name. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 560. Due to the fact that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had sealed off the news, the outside world did not know that Qin Wushuang had directed the disaster of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect single-handedly. Thus, their knowledge of Qin Wushuang had stopped at those few rumors. To freelance martial artists, those rumors might be shocking. However, to the knowledgeable Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, it was not earth-shattering. If the news of Qin Wushuang destroying the headquarters of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had spread out, most likely even the Heavenly Emperor Mountain would be shaken. When Bao Bao saw that these disciples did not show the slightest trace of shock, He could not help but feel somewhat frustrated. Could it be that they had never heard of Boss's thunderous reputation? Hey, what's with your expression? Bao Bao was extremely anxious. Now that we have reported our names, why haven't you reported it? Those disciples said with a bitter smile. This way, you two are not Qin Wushuang. Of course not, Qin Wushuang is our boss. Currently, he is trapped at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and is in a critical situation. My boss has been working for the Qin clan in secret. At this time, you can't leave him to die, right? Like a firecracker, Bao Bao continued to speak. If a disciple of the Qin clan is in trouble, of course we will not shirk our duty. However, you two are tangled up. How can you prove that you are disciples of the Qin clan? Bao Bao was extremely anxious. You guys are really clueless. We are not disciples of the Qin clan. We are only subordinates of boss Qin Wushuang. Evidence, my boss has too much evidence on him. Does helping the 100-leaf Qin clan count as evidence? He has the command plate of the ancestor of the Qin clan. Does it count as evidence? And the will and remains of senior Qin Shushuan, does it count as evidence? These words made these guarding disciples look at each other in dismay. It did not sound like they were speaking without thinking. One of the slightly older disciples said, "Then wait a moment, I will go report to the elder in charge of this pass. I will be back soon. Go quickly, it's best to report to the leader with the highest seniority." The disciple hurriedly went up the mountain. Not long after, a white light shuttled through the clouds, and a figure landed at the foot of the mountain. It was a middle-aged man wearing a coarse hemp gown, straw sandals, and a bamboo hat on his back. He was dressed like a wanderer in Chuanzhen. This person had a long beard and looked somewhat otherworldly. Elder Guan Qi. The few disciples all went forward to greet him. Initially, this man was called Elder Guan Qi. Bao Bao walked up. "Elder, long story short, you don't have to say any more. I only have one question. How did Qin Shushuan die?" When Bao Bao mentioned Qin Shushuan, he also felt somewhat sad. He recounted his experience at the Wild Flame Cliff and emphasized, "At that time, Senior Qin Shushuan risked his life to send us away. He also left my boss a fragrant storage pouch, which contained adamantine meteorite, extreme green jade essence, and the like. It seems to have been snatched from the heavenly punishing villa or the sound of thunder sect. Come with me." As Elder Guan Qi spoke, he raised his hand and dragged these two living treasures into the air. They followed the lump of cloud under his feet and rushed up the mountain. "Elder, you have great skills." Bao Bao complimented. "Do you know why I trusted you guys?" Elder Guan Qi asked with a smile. "No." Bao Bao was straightforward. "The 100-leaf Qin clan had secretly sent a message and praised you guys. From that time, we started to pay attention to your movements. Only, Qin Wushuang did not go deep into the Shenyuan Mound and was forced back to the human countries by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Due to the difficult situation at the heavenly Emperor Mountain, the headquarters did not have much time to pay attention to Qin Wushuang's subsequent development." Bao Bao was overjoyed as he asked proudly, "This way, your headquarters has already started to pay attention to my boss's reputation?" "You can say it this way." Elder Guan Qi had a good temperament and self-cultivation. Besides, not only us elders, the higher-ups at the headquarters also know the name Qin Wushuang. It's a great contribution to protect the 100-leaf Qin clan. What's more rare is that a young man from the human countries has such potential. It's an unexpected gain for the Qin clan. Initially, we summoned you to the headquarters to train you. Now it seems that there is no need to train at the headquarters. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect has already trained you guys well, ha. This Elder Guan Qi was in a great mood. In the midst of their conversation, they had already arrived at the mountain peak. Bao Bao looked back and only saw that within the sea of clouds and mist, there were expanses of majestic buildings. Among the clouds and mist, various mountain peaks and valleys appeared serene and unfathomable. For such grand occasion, even the heavenly Sun Mountain of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not compare. No wonder it's the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Bao Bao sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. If our boss could train here, he would soon become the strongest among the young generation of the Shenyuan Mound. Strongest among the young generation? Elder Guanqi laughed. You guys have great ambitions. That's the truth. Elder, if you see my boss, you will not think I am bragging. Bao Bao chuckled. Elder Guanqi led them to drop on top of the cliff and walked inside. After passing through many side halls, they arrived at the entrance of a main hall. There was a giant board in this main hall. 4 golden words were carved on it, boundless righteous Qi. This is the righteous Qi hall, let's go in. Guanqi greeted the guardian at the entrance of the righteous Qi hall and walked in with Bao Bao and Lone. The upright morality hall was indeed magnificent. Even though they were frivolous, in front of the upright morality hall, they also swept away their usual unruly habits and followed Elder Guanqi blindly, not daring to go out of line in the slightest. After Guanqi led these two into the righteous Qi hall, there was already a group of people dressed similarly to Elder Guanqi sitting there. Judging from their identity and position, a few of them seemed to have a higher status than Guanqi. However, regardless of Guanqi or those people with higher status, they all appeared extremely respectful before that person sitting at the highest position. That person was dressed in a yellow robe and stood in the middle of the righteous Qi hall. Like a sculpture, he gave people an extremely ethereal feeling. Bao Bao and Lone did not even have the courage to look at that person. When they stopped to look at that person, it was as if they were gazing at an extremely deep whirlpool. After a moment, they felt dizzy and dizzy. That person had soft and tender skin. When he turned around, he had the face of a baby. If it weren't for his tall figure, one would almost suspect that he was a baby. It's an honor to meet you, third chief. That person waved his hand and said to Guanqi, Guanqi, you sent your spiritual perception to everyone at the foot of the mountain. Is there something urgent? Elder Guanqi walked out respectfully. Third chief, I remember you had issued an order for everyone to pay attention to a young man called Qin Wushuang. This kid has appeared again at the Shen Yuan Mound. Oh. A while ago, wasn't the heavenly Luo Daoist sect chasing after him all over the world? That third chief asked lightly. Yes, but the heavenly Luo Daoist sect chased after him with great effort and did not have any clues. Their bounty has been increasing, yet it's becoming more of a joke. That third chief could not help but laugh. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect is truly regressing. Last time, they had surrounded and attacked the disciples we sent out to investigate Qin Wushuang. We still haven't settled this debt with them. I heard that Luo Henji of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was running between the heavenly punishing villa and the sound of thunder sect. It seems that this heavenly Luo Daoist sect is determined to go against the Qin clan, right? Elder Guanqi smiled bitterly and did not know how to answer. However, Bao Bao continued to cry out, yes, it's 100% correct. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect colluded with the heavenly punishing villa and the sound of thunder sect to deal with the Qin clan together. They want to replace the Qin clan's position at the heavenly Emperor Mountain. A trace of embarrassment flashed across everyone's face. At the same time, they were somewhat angry. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect was worthy to become enemies with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan. The third chief looked at Bao Bao and asked with some doubt, Guanqi, why did you bring 2 little spiritual beasts up here? Bao Bao and Lone were astonished. Currently, they had transformed into human forms. Even an elite warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage might not be able to see through their human forms. Who would have thought that the third sect master would be able to see through their true bodies so easily? Guanqi said, little spiritual beasts. Oh, right. They said they are Qin Wushuang's companions and followers. I have an important matter to report. Important matter? The third chief asked with a smile. Yes, great chief, I beg you, please hurry and help my boss. And I need it. If we wait until Luo Henji borrows the divine weapon from the heavenly Emperor Mountain, it will be too late. What's going on? How is it related to the divine weapon? Bao Bao cried out, you guys really don't know? Know what? Bao Bao gave a long sigh as he saw that they did not seem to be in disguise. You guys should have heard about the destruction of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, right? Everyone nodded to show that they knew. Then it was my boss who did it. When Bao Bao said here, he could not help but stick out his chest. Apparently, he was proud of this feat, although he had not done it. However, he felt that it would not be a problem to borrow some of Qin Wushuang's glory. Qin Wushuang destroyed the foundation of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The third chief could not help but laugh. If I remember correctly, Qin Wushuang seemed to have just entered the refined void martial stage, right? Ah, great chief, don't judge people with old eyes. I am not lying to you, indeed, it was my boss who did it. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect had some subduing devil stone tablet that seemed to be the foundation of the sect. My boss shot it into 4 pieces with 3 arrows from the graceful spiritual bow and it collapsed with a loud bang. Then, the entire heavenly sun mountain seemed to have collapsed. However, unfortunately, my boss was sucked into the spiritual whirlpool under the collapsed stone tablet and was buried under the ley lines. Bao Bao described with joy as if he was the one who had done everything. However, when he talked about Qin Wushuang's difficult situation, his tone could not help but become much dimmer as he appeared to be anxious. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and vividly, they felt that this little spiritual beast was not speaking nonsense. Great Chief, I am speaking the truth. I am not joking, if you had not saved my boss, he would not have made it through this time. His trump cards are not enough to fight against a divine weapon, or even an elite warrior of the divine level, Bao Bao said with a begging tone. Since Qin Wushuang could shoot at the stone tablet, why could he not come out? Someone asked. It's not that my boss could not come out, but that he could not. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect borrowed some birdhawk from the heavenly punishing villa and locked onto my boss's position. As long as my boss shows signs of rushing out, the inescapable net of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect will surround him. You guys don't think that my boss has the strength to challenge the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect alone, right? When the third chief heard up to this point, he frowned deeply. Inwardly, there was indeed a perilous wave of shock. This was definitely an accident, an unexpected great harvest. To the heavenly Emperor Qin clan that was declining day by day, Qin Wushuang, this young man was a piece of unpolished jade sent by the heavens. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 561. Bao Bao's words of exultation had caused each of the higher-ups of the Qin headquarters to feel incredibly shocked. They had heard of the reputation of Qin Wushuang. Until now, they only felt that an exceptional young man had appeared in the human countries. However, their fixed mindset made them feel that regardless of how high the talent of a young man from the human countries was, for sure, limited. In the end, he could not be compared to the disciples of the Shen Yuan Mound. Thus, although they were interested in Qin Wushuang's experience, they had never placed too much hope on Qin Wushuang. Not to mention expecting any miracle from Qin Wushuang. Since they were not mentally prepared, they were even more shocked when they heard Bao Bao's words. The person behind the scenes that had destroyed the lifeline of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, left them in a terrible fix, and made them the laughingstock of the entire Shen Yuan Mound, was Qin Wushuang? That young man from the human countries? It was not that they did not believe it, but this matter was too bizarre and outrageous. Although the third chief appeared calm, he was incredibly joyful inwardly. He said to Guan Qi, take them to rest. Bao Bao said urgently, Great Chief, we are not tired, we don't need to rest. Now, the most crucial thing is to save my boss. The third chief said with a smile, don't worry, from what you said, you guys came here from nearby the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even if people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect were to seek help from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it would be at least 2 or 3 days later. There's still time. If you trust me, follow Elder Guan Qi to take a rest. Great Chief, I see that you have a benevolent appearance and seem like a good person. Tell me, are you going to take care of my boss's matter? The third chief laughed leisurely and answered with extreme patience, although the final decision of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan is not in my hands. However, I promise you that for sure, I will take care of Qin Wushuang's matter. Hearing his promise, Bao Bao finally put down the giant stone in his heart. He laughed. Then I will report the good news to my boss and let him feel at ease. As he spoke, he took out the communication jade plate and wanted to contact Qin Wushuang. However, when he sent his spiritual perception into the jade plate, he realized that he could not communicate. The third chief said with a smile, "Little one, this is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. There were prohibitions everywhere. Usually, these things would not work on the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It's only useful in certain places." Bao Bao scratched his ears and cheeks. There are so many rules. Helpless, he could only follow Elder Guan Qi down. As the third chief sent Bao Bao and Lone off with his eyes, a strange smile hung on his face. Apparently, he was in an extremely joyful mood. Everyone, this time, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect has suffered a great loss, ha ha. When the third chief thought of this matter, he found it extremely funny. Even if he did not look at the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect from an enemy's point of view, the entire matter was somewhat comical. For some reason, the Grand Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had formed a grudge with a young man from the human countries. Not only that, they could not take care of this young man, on the contrary, they had suffered a vicious counterattack. It seemed that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was destined to become the laughingstock of the Shenyuan Mound and the laughingstock of everyone who lacked money. Sect Master, aren't those two spirit beasts a little exaggerated? Some people could not help but raise some questions. After thinking about it, they still felt this matter was too bizarre. The third chief shook his head with a smile. No, although that little spiritual beast has a funny personality, its words would not have been exaggerated. This Qin Wushuang is truly unexpected. If it's truly Qin Wushuang, then this Qin Wushuang is too shocking. One of the honored warriors praised. In the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the position of the honored warriors was second only to the three sect masters. At the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, seniority and position were determined by one's strength. The sect master held the highest position and must be at the supreme Dao stage. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had three sect masters who were all elite warriors of the supreme Dao stage. Beneath the sect masters were the honored warriors who must be at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Regardless of the common mysterious stage or the ravine mysterious stage, one must be at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage to be qualified to become an honored warrior. In the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, there were 12 honored warriors. These honored warriors formed the second group. Next would be elders like Guan Qi. They were all at the perfect void martial stage. Only those at the perfect void martial stage were qualified to assume the position of elder. Similar to the position of elder, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had set up core disciples. At the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the position of core disciples was on par with the elders. The strength of some core disciples had even surpassed the elders. However, since they were core disciples and did not have enough potential, it was rare for them to be promoted to honored warriors. Beneath the elders were the protectors. At the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, the protectors were the main force in battle. One must be at the profound void martial stage to be qualified to become a protector. The protectors also had protector disciples. Protector disciples held a lower position than the protectors. Those who possessed the strength of the transformation void martial stage were qualified to become a protector disciple. Besides the protector disciples, they were ordinary disciples. Thus, at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, each person was clear of their position. Each person had a clear motivation and a determined direction to strive for. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan did not only possess a perfect management system. Most importantly, the Qin clan that had been entrenched at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain since the ancient times had a sense of belonging to the clan. They had a sense of identity with the clan. The pride and sense of belonging produced by this sense of identity had allowed the disciples of the Qin clan to create many surprises and miracles that others could not imagine. Thus, despite the fact that in these 1,000 years, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had been surviving in the cracks and the environment was extremely dangerous, no one had been able to uproot the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. No one had ever been able to expel the Qin clan from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This was the foundation and inheritance. Even in the face of adversity, there would always be a form of undying belief that supported them and became their source of motivation. Apparently, these honored warriors and elders were communicating with each other. They were extremely shocked by the astonishing performance displayed by Qin Wushuang. Of course, they also hated the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. A while ago, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had been running around the heavenly Emperor Mountain to curry favor with the Sound of Thunder sect and the heavenly Punishing Villa. On the surface, they felt that they had become enemies with the heavenly Emperor Qin clan because of Qin Wushuang. In fact, everyone knew that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect intended to seize the position of one of the heavenly Emperor Eight Gates. They wanted to replace the foundation of the Qin clan at the heavenly Emperor Mountain. To the disciples of the Qin clan, this was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. They did not find it strange that someone was eyeing them covetously. They were only furious that a second-rate powerhouse like the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had dared to target them. This was the most depressing matter for the entire heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Thus, when the news of the destruction of the mountain gate of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had spread out, the heavenly Emperor Qin clan felt extremely relieved. Only, they found it strange that in the end, who had made such a gratifying move? Regardless, they had never thought that it was a disciple of the Qin clan from the human countries that had made such an astonishing move. This made them happy, and at the same time, they also felt a sense of pride. All the Qin clan in the world had originated from the same sect and had come from the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Thus, this was a matter of sharing glory. As long as it was a disciple of the Qin clan that had done it, even if they had come from the human countries, the heavenly Emperor Qin clan would feel proud. Everyone, during this time, this Qin Wushuang had shared a lot of pressure for us. Although the malignant tumor of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was not enough to pose a fatal threat to the heavenly Emperor Qin clan, they were still a problem. Now, Qin Wushuang had also helped us to teach them a lesson. For this matter with Qin Wushuang, we will not shirk our duty. The third chief spoke slowly and glanced across everyone's face. Initially, since the Qin clan in the world had originated from the same sect, they should take care of each other. Not to mention, this Qin Wushuang had made such great achievements for the Qin clan. Regardless of emotion or reason, they should lend a helping hand. Third chief is right, we cannot sit and do nothing. Not to mention that Qin Wushuang had made great contributions. Even if an ordinary disciple of the Qin clan had come to seek refuge, we cannot leave them to die under our eyes. Or else, how could we live up to the bloodline of the Qin clan? That's right, we must save him. We must not disappoint the hearts of all disciples of the Qin clan. Third sect leader, why don't you send me instead? Although that Luo Tongtian is strong, he has not entered the Supreme Dao stage. Even if I cannot kill him, I can restrain him. I will go with honored warrior Yang. Another honored warrior also volunteered. With us two honored warriors, we can restrain the main force of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. With a few more elders, it will be enough to suppress the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. With their mountain gate destroyed, without any mechanisms, there is nothing to be afraid of. The reason why the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was powerful, besides having outstanding talents among the second-rate powerhouses, the unique mountain gate of the heavenly Sun Mountain was also a major foundation. Everyone knew that the mountain gate of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was one of the best in the Shen Yuan Mound. For such impregnable defense, besides elite warriors of the Supreme Dao stage, those below the Supreme Dao stage could only stand on the side. Now, with the mountain gate of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect destroyed, the mechanisms had become nothing more than floating clouds. Naturally, these honored warriors of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage had the urge to give it a try. However, the third chief was smiling at ease. After everyone had finished speaking, he said, I am gratified by your enthusiastic attitude. However, for this matter, there is no need to make such a big fuss. Everyone, please wait here for a moment, I will go ask for instructions from the second chief. After he had finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the upright morality hall. He walked towards the clouds and mist deep inside the cliff. Although it appeared to be a small step, in a few steps, his entire figure had disappeared without a trace. Before one of the mountain peaks of the aspiring throne mountain, the figure of the third chief dropped on the green grassland. The pharaoh-like environment had made him feel extremely good. "Ha ha, third, you seem to be in a good mood." A clear and bright voice emerged from the empty mountain peak. However, this voice was delivered in an ingenious way, as if they were talking face to face. The third chief laughed leisurely. "Second, there is indeed a joyous matter." The voice was taken aback for a moment before it laughed. "Sure. How long has it been since the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan had good news? This time, since you have come to tell me the joyous matter, surely it will not be an ordinary joyous matter." The two major heads laughed at the same time. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 562. On the hillside, a fiery red figure floated down like a cloud and suddenly landed on the hillside. When this red cloud dropped to the ground, it withdrew a wave of red light. A red-haired, red-bearded giant man dressed in a blazing robe walked over with a joyful smile on his bare feet. "Third, come quickly, I will treat you to the fire vermilion fruit wine I brewed recently." The words and actions of this giant man all appeared extremely rough. Especially his barefoot style, it was the exclusive signature of the many elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as anyone saw this stance, they knew that this was the famous Qin Yunran of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. He was also one of the three most powerful heads of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, nicknamed Madman Ran. This Qin Yunran was the second chief of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. His position was even higher than the previous third chief. The baby face of the third chief was also an exclusive signature of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. People gave him the nickname of Immortal Youth. His original name was Qin Chongyang. These two major heads ruled the lifeline of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As for the more mysterious head chief, he was even less familiar to people. He lived in seclusion and rarely came out. Indeed, the outside world had little impression of him. However, this mysterious and unfathomable head chief was the existence that many enemies of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan feared the most. Because of this unknown factor, the outside world kept making guesses. They did not know how terrifying the power of this mysterious head chief had reached. Many times, those enemies had planned to invade the aspiring throne mountain. However, in the end, they restrained their fear of this mysterious head chief and cancelled their plans midway. Madman Ran picked up the ancient vine cup and poured 2 full cups of fire vermilion fruit wine. When these two had finished laughing, Madman Ran filled it again. At the same time, he asked impatiently, "Third, tell me, what is the good news?" Qin Chongyang did not hide it and explained the whole sequence of events. Madman Ran raised his eyebrows when he heard the story. He was overjoyed at this turn of events. Such a thing happened. "I have heard about that Qin Wushuang. Didn't the 100-leaf Qin clan say that Qin Wushuang had helped them out?" "Yes, but compared to these matters at hand, the surprise of the 100-leaf Qin clan does not appear as significant, ha ha." Madman Ran slapped his thigh. "Then what are we waiting for? He couldn't miss out on such a treasure. Qin clan, ha ha, my Heavenly Emperor Qin clan has always taken the responsibility of enforcing justice for the heavens. If I do not disappoint the heavens will not disappoint me." Qin Chongyang nodded with a smile. "Second, those honored warriors all want to go to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I feel that there is no need to make this matter too public. Rather than sending the honored warriors, it would be better for you or me to make a trip." Madman Ran thought for a moment, nodded and said, "That's right. If Luo Henji really invited a supreme Dao warrior from the Thunder sect or the Heavenly Punishing Villa, it would be inconvenient to send the honorables. Third brother, why don't I make a trip?" Qin Chongyang thought about it and said, "I'll go. Second brother, you stay at the aspiring throne mountain and take charge of the situation. How about that?" Madman Ran scratched his face and said with a smile, "Third brother, are you afraid that I'll cause trouble because of my impatience?" "Second brother, don't fight with me this time." Madman Ran smiled and said, "All right, I won't argue with you. However, that Qin Wushuang you brought back, you must take me to see him as soon as possible. Of course. Qin Chongyang raised the ancient vine cup and laughed. Second brother, your winemaking skills are getting more refined. Leave some of this scarlet fruit wine, you can use it to welcome me back, ha ha ha. Again, the two laughed. Inside the upright morality hall, Qin Chongyang had already returned. Now, Bao Bao and Lone were brought up again. Third chief, can we go now? Bao Bao appeared incredibly urgent as he looked around at these people. Who do you plan to send? Qin Chongyang said with a smile. What do you think if I go myself? Bao Bao cheered with joy. That's great. Great chief, you must not deny it. Qin Chongyang said, everyone, I discussed with the second chief and we both feel that it's inappropriate to make a big fuss over this matter. Therefore, I've decided to make a trip myself. Third chief, the current situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is complicated. Usually, Supreme Dao elite warriors would not leave easily. I'm afraid that if you leave, you will arouse the suspicions of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa. It will cause chaos in the situation. Yes, a slight move will affect the entire situation. Third chief, Qin Chongyang revealed a confident smile and waved his hand. It's their business to be suspicious. When the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan does things, the most important thing is to have our own ideas. Bao Bao and Lone nodded. Clearly, they knew that it would be better for the others to step out than for this great chief to step out. Third chief, where do you plan to stop Luo Henji at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Suddenly, Bao Bao asked. Qin Chongyang laughed. Why must we stop Luo Henji? Then what do you mean? Bao Bao asked with confusion. We will go directly to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and pick up your boss. Stunned, Bao Bao and Lone were overjoyed at this turn of events. Initially, they thought the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan would stop Luo Henji at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain area and prevent him from calling for help. Unexpectedly, the result was much better than what they had imagined. Great chief, if that's the case, it's even better, Bao Bao said with joy. Then let's go now? Perhaps, we can meet Luo Henji along the way and intercept him. Qin Chongyang laughed. That would be the best, it's killing two birds with one stone. After he had finished speaking, he turned around and instructed, everyone, before I leave, if you have any difficult matters, you can ask the second chief. Third chief, have a pleasant journey, everyone said in unison. Qin Chongyang took Bao Bao, Lone and floated out of the upright morality hall. They flew towards the bottom of the cliff. Bao Bao and Lone only felt that their bodies were flying in the air. They could not feel that the third chief was flying in the air. The strength of this third chief had disregarded space. He did not need any flying techniques as he flew in the air as if he was walking on the ground. Inwardly, Bao Bao was speechless and could not help but ask, Great Chief, you are not the legendary Supreme Dao Elite Warrior, right? Ha ha, are the Supreme Dao Elite Warriors the legendary ones? Qin Chongyang asked with a smile. Bao Bao scratched his head and laughed. To us, the Supreme Dao Elite Warriors are the legendary existences. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. At the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Supreme Dao Elite Warriors are not the legendary existences. Bao Bao nodded heavily. Yes, Great Chief, in one day, I will also become an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao like you guys. Qin Chongyang laughed. I do not doubt this. Little spiritual beast, you have a rich presence of the immemorial spiritual beast bloodline. Your true body is of the monkey clan. Could it be you have the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey? Bao Bao was shocked. Under normal circumstances, he loved to boast and announce to others that he had the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey. Unexpectedly, this chief was this powerful. Did I hit the mark? Qin Chongyang asked with a smile. Bao Bao laughed mischievously. It's good that you guessed it, it saves me the time to introduce myself. Great Chief, this is Senior Lone. His clan is strange, he is called the Purple Flame Electric Beast. Ha ha, among the beast clans, is there such a purple flame electric beast? Great Chief, you are experienced and knowledgeable, surely you know about it. Lone laughed awkwardly. Great Chief, don't listen to Bao Bao's nonsense. Our clan only has one bloodline, there is nothing strange about it. Purple flame electric beast. Qin Chongyang said with a frown, perhaps I am ignorant and inexperienced. I have done a lot of research on the beast clans. The purple flame electric beast should be a mutated beast clan. Mutated beast clan? Bao Bao and Lone were confused as they looked at Qin Chongyang suspiciously. Little monkey, you have the bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey, for sure you have great talent. However, if he is a mutated beast clan, perhaps he has talent and potential no less than yours. Is that so? Bao Bao could not believe it. He looked at Lone and said with a chuckle, how come I cannot see that Senior Lone has such potential and talent? Qin Chongyang laughed, the talent of the mutated beast clan is not revealed. Also, it might not be discovered. Usually, under special circumstances, they would stimulate the mutated spiritual roots and acquire the mutated talent. From then on, they would become unstoppable. When Lone heard these words, he revealed a thoughtful expression. Apparently, he was rather excited by Qin Chongyang's unexpected news. Although he was a spiritual beast from a few thousand years ago, he was only a cub when he was sealed. During the few thousand years of being sealed, he did not evolve. Great Chief, am I truly a mutated spiritual beast? Lone asked with a worried expression. Although he was usually untamed as if he did not put anyone in his eyes, before a supreme Dao elite warrior, he was extremely respectful. It's only a possibility. Whether you are or not, it will depend on whether you can prove it in the future. Qin Chongyang laughed, according to my research on the beast clans, mutated beasts are extremely rare. If you are truly a mutated beast clan, sooner or later you will stimulate the mutated talent. Lone was extremely excited as he rubbed his palms. Great Chief, for sure I have the mutated talent, I believe it. In the midst of their conversation, they had already left the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Qin Chongyang was extremely cautious as he did not create a huge formation. Instead, he left through the secret passage of the aspiring throne mountain quietly. It was not because Qin Chongyang was timid, but for this matter, it was unnecessary to engage in a meaningless battle with the Sound of Thunder sect or the Heavenly Punishing Villa. To achieve great things, one should not bother with trifles. For the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, they were competing for the overall situation. It was like a game of chess. There was no need to care too much about the small gains and losses at the edges and corners. Boss, wait for us, I have already invited the Supreme Dao elite warriors of the Qin clan, Bao Bao said excitedly through the communication jade plate. At this moment, Qin Wushuang was training wholeheartedly deep inside the ley lines. When he heard such good news, he was rather stunned. Supreme Dao elite warriors had stepped out? This formation seemed to be much bigger than he had imagined. He rather hoped that he could stay a little longer deep inside the ley lines. Even if it was just a month. If a Supreme Dao elite warrior had come to welcome him, it would be difficult for Qin Wushuang to stay inside and not leave. Thinking about such superior training environment, perhaps even the Heavenly Emperor Mountain could not encounter it, right? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 563. When Bao Bao saw Qin Wushuang remaining silent, he laughed. Boss, could it be you fainted from joy? Ah, aren't you too fragile? Your mental endurance. Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, Bao Bao, the great chief you mentioned, is he coming to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect directly? Is he already on his way? Yes, he is already on his way. Boss, what's wrong? Hearing your tone, it seems you are reluctant to leave. Bao Bao shot a glance at Qin Chongyang and revealed a strange smile. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. Bao Bao, the spiritual qi deep inside the ley lines is too strong. Training for one day here is equivalent to training for a month in the outside world. I am truly reluctant to leave. Bao Bao, if you train here for 20 or 30 years, surely you will enter the Supreme Dao stage. Attracted by Qin Wushuang's words, Bao Bao felt a rush of excitement and almost forgot his current situation. However, with such an elite warrior like Qin Chongyang next to him, Bao Bao always felt pressure from his heart. Qin Chongyang seemed to be able to see through people's thoughts. When he saw Bao Bao's somewhat strange expression, he asked with a grin, "What's wrong, little monkey? Could it be that your boss is unwilling to move?" Bao Bao said with a stutter, "Great chief, you are too godly. You even know this. Before you, there are no secrets." Qin Chongyang laughed and did not speak a word. This way, it had aroused Bao Bao's curiosity as he could not help but ask, "Great chief, how did you know? Could it be that elite warriors of the Supreme Tao can see through other people's minds? Isn't this too terrifying?" Qin Chongyang laughed. Seeing through people's minds is not an exceptional skill. Many elite warriors know divine skills like prying into the mind. It's simple to search through spiritual perception. However, I did not do it. Then how did you know? Bao Bao asked closely. In fact, it's not hard to guess. Since the subduing devil stone tablet that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is most proud of could cause the entire sect to collapse, it must be the source of spiritual qi. All the mechanisms and formations are connected to the source of spiritual qi through that stone tablet. Since it's the source of spiritual qi, it must be a place with abundant spiritual qi. Such place could only be encountered and not sought. Qin Wushuang must be very satisfied cultivating there and won't want to leave. Bao Bao opened his mouth widely. "You are too powerful." Most likely, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wanted Qin Wushuang to come out in a hurry because they were afraid that after 20 or 30 years of training, he would become a fatal threat to the sect. Thus, they wanted to kill him impatiently. Or else, why would the heavenly Luo Daoist sect take the risk of destroying the spiritual source? This Qin Chongyang was indeed a very clever person. He could always find the crux of the problem from some small details. The only thing Bao Bao could do was to scratch his head and feel speechless. It had seen many smart people, but this Lord sect leader was too powerful. Qin Chongyang laughed, "Little monkey, why aren't you talking?" Bao Bao gave a long sigh. "Great chief, does the Heavenly Emperor Mountain have such a good training environment? That kind of environment can only be found by chance. Most likely, each sect would have some places with abundant spiritual qi. However, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is a special case. I heard that place was once the ruins of the immemorial divine battle. However, Qin Wushuang was also lucky as he got sucked in. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to enter the earth veins to cultivate. That kind of fortuitous opportunity only appears once in 10,000 years. Ordinary martial artists could not enter, but wouldn't elite warriors of the Supreme Tao be able to? Bao Bao was extremely curious. Even if ordinary martial artists did not have the strength to enter, elite warriors of the Supreme Tao could enter the ley lines to train. Qin Chongyang smiled lightly. To elite warriors of the Supreme Tao, that kind of spiritual qi from the ley lines is not very attractive. Only to martial artists beneath the Supreme Tao stage, the training environment is extremely important. After entering the Supreme Tao stage, everything becomes completely different. Ha ha, when you reach that step, naturally you will know. Seeing that he was unwilling to continue speaking, Bao Bao was extremely anxious inwardly. Great chief, just what kind of concept is the Supreme Tao stage? Could it be that elite warriors of the Supreme Tao do not need spiritual qi? Of course, spiritual qi is needed. However, the power of the Supreme Tao is definitely not a simple release of spiritual qi. The power of the Supreme Tao can turn something rotten into something miraculous. For the training of the Supreme Tao, although the corporeal body is important, the most fundamental is the training of the divine soul. The corporeal body can be destroyed, but the divine soul can exist forever. Eternal divine soul? Bao Bao blinked his eyes. Can it break free from the cycle of life and death? The eternal divine soul means that under the circumstances of not being attacked, one will not enter the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Even if the corporeal body dies, the divine soul can still reincarnate and find a new dwelling. However, the divine soul can also be destroyed. In a battle between Supreme Tao elite warriors, it would not count as a victory to destroy the corporeal body. Only by destroying the divine soul can it be counted as killing the supreme Tao elite warrior, understand? Bao Bao asked as if he had understood. This way, the training of the divine soul is the most important for supreme Tao elite warriors. For the training of the divine soul, the richness of the spiritual qi will not affect it much, right? Yes, the stage of the divine soul does not rely on the spiritual qi, but on the understanding of the heavenly Tao and nature. The supreme Tao completely breaks away from the rules of the secular world and stands above the rules. To the supreme Tao elite warriors, the rules of the secular world no longer have any binding power. Theoretically, if a supreme Tao elite warrior stands aloof from worldly affairs, then theoretically, his divine soul will never perish. However, in fact, the battle between the supreme Tao elite warriors is much more bitter and cruel than the secular world. Ha ha! Across the world, where could there be a supreme Tao elite warrior that can truly stand aloof from worldly affairs? Qin Chongyang's tone sounded somewhat rueful. Clearly, as he had stayed at the seat of the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates for a long time, he had a greater sense of the battle between the supreme Tao. Bao Bao and Lone were endlessly fascinated as they gave a long sigh. To stand above the rules, it's a fascinating existence just thinking about it. Ha ha, then you should work hard. From you guys, I see considerable potential. This is also the reason why I am in a happy mood. From you guys, I can imagine Qin Wushuang's talent and potential. Qin Chongyang said with a smile. That's right, for my boss's talent, to speak the truth, no one that has seen him does not admire him. However, great chief, you are an elite warrior of the supreme Tao and have broken away from the human race. I don't know if you will admire him or not. Qin Chongyang said with a bitter smile. Are you praising me or scolding me? Bao Bao chuckled and asked probingly, Great Chief, since you said it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, then could you make an exception and let my boss train down there for a while? You guys are truly newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. In the current situation, one more day of staying means one more layer of risk. Are you not afraid of the supreme Tao elite warriors of the Sound of Thunder sect and the heavenly punishing villa making a move together? Bao Bao laughed. With you here, we are not afraid. Qin Chongyang gave a long sigh. Since that Qin Wushuang is so exceptional and this opportunity is so rare. In terms of reason, I should make an exception. How about this? I will try my best to buy time for him. How about it? Great. Bao Bao said with great joy, Great Chief, you are so wise. No wonder you are the head of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. My boss often talks about how the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan would be like. Ever since he saw senior Qin Shushuan, he was fascinated by the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Now it seems that the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan is indeed a place that our boss is fascinated by. Naturally, Qin Chongyang could hear Bao Bao's flattery. However, he enjoyed it greatly. With the current difficult situation of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan, Qin Chongyang was impressed by such disciples of the Qin clan who had overcome all difficulties to seek shelter. Bao Bao immediately conveyed this good news to Qin Wushuang. On the contrary, Qin Wushuang felt somewhat embarrassed. However, since Bao Bao had already said it this way, he would not be pretentious. To speak the truth, he liked this training environment too much. It was normal for him to feel reluctant. Qin Chongyang looked at the terrain and counted the time with his fingers. Then, he said with a smile, It's about time, prepare. Prepare what? Bao Bao was confused. If we don't take care of Luo Henji, how can we fight for time for your boss? Oh, right. Bao Bao and Lone had realized the light. Great Chief, as long as we take care of Luo Henji, it will not be a problem to delay for some time. When the heavenly Luo Daoist sect detects something is wrong, they can send people out. It will take some time. Qin Chongyang said with a smile, I only hope that people of the Sound of Thunder sect and the heavenly punishing villa will not realize the truth too early. Or else, it would be difficult to fight for time. On the other hand, Luo Henji had departed from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Along the way, he had almost used his fastest speed to embark on the journey to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Although he was unwilling to deal with people of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa, he had no choice in the current situation. He only hoped to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with these two powerhouses and form a strategic alliance. He knew that if he dissected the benefits to these two powerhouses, they would not remain indifferent and allow the Qin clan to have an elite warrior with the potential to become a supreme Dao warrior out of nowhere. With their habits, they would step out to kill him. Therefore, he was not worried about the matter regarding Qin Wushuang. Now, he was most concerned about the training of the head Dao warrior. Whether he could enter the supreme Dao stage was crucial to the future of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. If he could enter the supreme Dao stage, even powerhouses like the Sound of Thunder sect and the heavenly punishing villa of the heavenly Emperor Eight Gates would not ignore him like last time. Elite warriors of the supreme Dao stage were targets that every one of the heavenly Emperor Eight Gates wanted to rope in. The appearance of an elite warrior of the supreme Dao would definitely be a delicious cake at the heavenly Emperor Mountain. After a day and a half, Luo Henji could already see the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Revisiting this place that he loved and hated at the same time, Luo Henji felt an extremely strange feeling. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, ha ha. Countless complicated thoughts flashed across Luo Henji's mind. If I can accomplish this great undertaking, my heavenly Luo Daoist sect will have a great social status. Thinking here, Luo Henji quickened his pace. While he was walking, suddenly, a trace of uneasy thought flashed across Luo Henji's mind. It was because he realized that he seemed to have encountered some situation. He seemed to have walked this path a moment ago. How come he seemed to have returned to the original place all of a sudden? Initially, he thought he was hallucinating. After a few times, he realized that he was truly walking in circles at the original place and could not find the path to enter the heavenly Emperor Mountain. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 564. This sense of fear made Luo Henji feel cold from head to toe. Most of the time, getting lost at the heavenly Emperor Mountain was not because of getting lost, but because one had walked into some kind of formation or got played by some elite warrior. Luo Henji was an experienced person. How could he not know this point? Feeling shocked, he started to search for a different path. However, regardless of where he walked, it was as if Sun Wukong was in the palm of Buddha. He could not walk out of this area. North, south, east, west, left, right, up and down, regardless of where he walked, it was the same path. It made him fall into a struggle as if he had walked into an eternal trap. Which friend is playing with me like this? Luo Henji could not help but send his spiritual perception to ask. There was not even the sound of insects. Besides the endless dense fog, there was nothing else. It was as if the entire world had been covered by this dense fog. Friend, I am only a passerby, why are you playing with me like this? Just a passerby. An extremely elegant voice sounded indifferently from the void. Then tell me, where are you going, passerby? Ha ha, I was planning to go to the North Ming Prefecture to visit Murong Qianji, the master of the floating snow house. When I passed by this heavenly Emperor Mountain, I wanted to pay my respects to him. I do not have any ill intentions. North Ming Prefecture, Murong Qianji? That voice laughed. From what I know, Murong Qianji is not at the North Ming Prefecture, right? Hey, is that so? Then I don't know. I am going to the North Ming Prefecture to discuss some personal matters with Lord Murong and catch up on the old days. Luo Henji lied and denied willfully. Catch up on the old days. You should not be an ordinary person since you are able to make friends with Lord Murong, right? What is your name? Where are you from? Ha ha, I am from the distant border. My humble name is not worth mentioning. I am afraid it will bring disgrace to your ears. Yes, I have a good habit. Each time I go out and come home, I will wash my ears. Just speak, even if it brings disgrace to my ears, I will not mind. In the worst case, I will wash them. Apparently, this voice was deliberately playing with him. How could Luo Henji not lower his head when he was under the eaves? He swallowed his anger and said, I am a martial artist from the Judge Mountain Prefecture. Ha, Judge Mountain? Since when did the Judgment Mountain Prefecture produce an expert of the exquisite profound realm? This was big news. And you are. Inwardly, Luo Henji cried out bitterly. He had randomly mentioned a remote place and hoped to deceive the other party. Unexpectedly, this person knew the matters of the Shen Yuan Mound like the back of his hand. Friend, why do you have to force me? Before the elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I would not dare to speak of my lowly name. That person continued to smile unhurriedly. If I remember correctly, the strongest sect in the Judgment Mountain Prefecture is called the Primary Central Sect, and it has settled down at the Divine Finger Mountain. The strongest leader of the Primary Central Sect was called Master Yuan Yuan, and she was a woman. Are you Venerable Master Yuan Yuan? These words were obviously said on purpose to slap his face. Luo Henji only felt his face burning. He already knew that the other party did not buy his lies. He was a little anxious and wanted to take out his communication jade token to inform head Dao warrior about the current situation. When he held the communication jade token in his hand, he realized that the surrounding void was completely sealed. His communication jade token didn't even have the slightest reaction. This time, Luo Henji finally understood the severity of the matter. Most likely, the current situation was not an accident, but a premeditated ambush. When he thought here, Luo Henji felt somewhat anxious. If he could not even send out his spiritual perception, the situation would not be good. At this moment, his life and death did not seem important. If he delayed the heavenly Luo Daoist sect's grand plan, then he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 10,000 times. No matter how hard he struggled, it seemed to be futile. There was no effect at all. Friend, just who are you? If I am going to fall, at least let me know. For this battle, I am going to fall. Luo Henji could not help but ask as he knew that he could not save the situation. Luo Henji, we have been waiting for you for a while. You are one step later than we thought. That voice said leisurely. Indeed, it was Qin Chongyang, the third chief of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Inwardly, Luo Henji's last trace of hope was completely extinguished by Qin Chongyang's words. It was as if a basin of cold water had poured over him from head to toe. You are an elite warrior of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Ha ha, Luo Henji, you are smart. This is the famous great chief of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Your Heavenly Luo Daoist sect overestimated yourselves and dared to go against the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Now, it's time for you to receive your retribution. Bao Bao's excited tone came from the outside. Luo Henji's heart sank. And who are you? Ha ha, after chasing my boss for so long, you don't even know his right-hand man, Bao Bao? Your information network is too poor, right? You are that stinky monkey? Suddenly, Luo Henji understood something. For sure, this stinky monkey had contacted Qin Wushuang and went to the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan to ask for help. That's how he got caught today. When he thought here, Luo Henji felt sorrowful inwardly. This was fate. Not only was it his own fate, it was the fate of the entire Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Everything was because the enemy had seized the opportunity. The enemy had led them by the nose. From beginning to end, they had never held the initiative. In such situation, how could they not lose? Luo Henji's ambition had turned into ashes. His vision blurred as if a wave of invisible power had concentrated on him. As if he had received an electric shock, his body twitched and he fainted. As the maze formation dispersed, Bao Bao and Lone scuttled over. They walked before Luo Henji and looked at him for a while. Then, they asked with suspicion, "Great Chief, why didn't you kill this guy? It's easy to kill him. However, let's keep him and see if he can be used in a crucial moment. Even if we don't need him, we must kill him before the people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Or else, how could we intimidate these ignorant and fearless idiots?" When he said these words, the scholarly look on Qin Chongyang's face was swept away and his tone appeared somewhat gloomy. "Okay, little monkey, Luo Henji is taken care of. Now, you guys should pray that those two powerhouses do not become alert too soon. How long Qin Wushuang can hold on will depend on his luck." Luo Henji, This accident had been taken care of. How much time he could create for Qin Wushuang would depend on fate. Qin Chongyang had done everything he could. Indeed, the methods of an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao could not be understood by Bao Bao and Lone. From the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, they had walked for 3 or 4 days. However, this great chief had only used half a day to arrive at the Divine Brilliance Prefecture with ease. Bao Bao was filled with deep veneration as he praised, "It seems he has divine skills. Even his speed is so fast." With the protection of an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao, this time, Bao Bao and Lone entered the heavenly Luo Daoist sect with completely different feelings. They did not have the slightest worry. In comparison, Qin Chongyang appeared more cautious. He did not enter the heavenly Luo Daoist sect with great fanfare. Instead, he used his supreme Tao skills to sneak into the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley. Currently, the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley was already an inescapable net. A dozen defense lines were set up inside and outside. Each defense line was overseen by elite warriors. How could this situation resemble a young man of the human countries? It was as if they were facing a life and death enemy. Those who did not know the inside story would certainly think that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was besieging an old devil at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Who would have thought that they were only dealing with a young man of a little more than 20 years old? Qin Chongyang brought the 2 spiritual beasts and ignored these defenses as if they were nothing. Although these defenses appeared like an iron bastion, to elite warriors of the Supreme Tao who had broken through the rules of the secular world, these defenses existed in name only. Qin Chongyang took whatever he wanted and soon, he entered the core area of the 9 refined mysterious Wind Valley like a fish in water. Currently, Luo Tongtian was still guarding the scene. The heavenly punishing hawk cooperated with him on the spot. Clearly, Qin Wushuang was not interested in this formation. At this place, it was not convenient for Bao Bao and Lone to communicate with Qin Wushuang through spiritual perception. He was afraid that if the movements of his spiritual perception were captured by the heavenly punishing hawk, it would expose him. Thus, he was more passionate about admiring Qin Wushuang's masterpiece. Looking at the messy state of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Qin Chongyang seemed to be admiring a famous painting. He appeared to be intoxicated and in love with it. If he did not have absolute evidence, he would find it difficult to believe that the mastermind that had caused such destruction was that young man from the human countries. Soon, 3 days had passed. Luo Tongtian was somewhat anxious. It was impossible that Luo Henji had not arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If he had arrived, how come he did not send back any news? He knew that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was a forbidden place. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to send out spiritual perception. However, before arriving at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, at least there should be a reminder. Luo Tongtian was extremely annoyed as he waited patiently. Another 4 or 5 days had passed. He estimated that Luo Henji had been gone for 7 or 8 days. According to the agreed date, even if he had not arrived, he should have made some progress. However, there was still no news from Luo Henji. Luo Tongtian could no longer sit still. Inwardly, he blamed Luo Henji for not following the rules. Not keeping the promise. On the 10th day, Luo Henji could no longer sit still as he said to the heavenly punishing hawk, "Divine hawk, my second went to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, there should be some news, right?" The heavenly punishing hawk said, "Perhaps he is still trying to persuade the Sound of Thunder sect. I already contacted the heavenly punishing villa." Luo Henji did not go. Second did not go to the heavenly punishing villa? Luo Tongtian was astonished as he said with dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The heavenly punishing hawk said coldly, "You didn't ask me. Besides, I don't like to speak your human language. Without Luo Henji, I am too lazy to speak." Luo Tongtian truly wanted to slap this heavenly punishing hawk to death. He suppressed his anger forcefully and begged against his will, "Divine hawk, then please put in some more effort. Contact the person in charge of the heavenly punishing villa and ask them to go to the Sound of Thunder sect to see what is going on. My second has always been a steady person, he will not hang himself on one tree. The heavenly punishing hawk said reluctantly, "Then I will try. Who let this matter rise to the level of the heavenly emperor mountain competition?" Clearly, his words meant that once Qin Wushuang made a big move here, he would directly threaten the great plan of the two powerhouses to deal with the heavenly emperor Qin clan. The heavenly punishing hawk was the guardian spiritual beast of the heavenly punishing villa. It would be difficult for him to sit by and do nothing. Another 2 or 3 days had passed with this communication. The result surprised them greatly. Luo Henji did not go to the heavenly punishing villa or the sound of thunder sec. In other words, Luo Henji was missing. Luo Tongtian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After he received the news, he stood there stupefied. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.